Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good zinta, good yaw.
Welcome to rNotSportCards, world's greatest non-sports content creator. Luke Play, Spider-Man, Harry Potter, Darth Vader. Collect what you like, they say, or they, your cards are crap. Grading is a scam. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. It's your jam. Not sports cards is the best.
The best, Albert. Not sports cards is the worst, the worst. PSA Soca blows, absolutely. Greatest sports content creator. Luke Play a Spider-Man, Harry Potter, Darth Vader. Collect the show. Play and away we go. All right. Good afternoon, good evening, good zinta, good y'all, whatever it may be where you are. I'm Not Sports Cards. And I'm here tonight with a live 79 card reveal. Now, I'm not going to show the cards because I'm too much of a child to wait for them to come back from PSA. I got the grades today. The funny part was PSA I guess had an old credit card of mine or something. I don't know. So they tried to charge it, wouldn't go through. So you couldn't look at the grades because they weren't able to charge my card. I think I actually was the asshole. I was like, I think I'm going to switch to my old credit card just to mess with PSA because I hate them so much. But it should be fun. I've looked at one grade because I want to do you can do it on your phone. It's so cool. But like, doing it on your computer, it's going to be really like lame. And I looked at one grade of a card that I thought was an 8 or a 9. And it got a 6. So we're kind of expecting to get screwed. But this broadcast is brought to you by WQ Custom. My buddy Will. I'm going to open something right now. If you watch my show and you watched a recent episode, I was prattling on about how my favorite card, the Cassian Andor Gold Rookie, had gone up for sale, and somebody bought it for $50, and that's like a business, like probably 10% of what it should sell for. And I have another one of these cards. I'm not going to belabor too much. I have number 12 out of 50. It's a PSA 8. My dog Russell was born on December 8th. My buddy Albert, who's right underneath me, was born on September 24th. That card was number 24. Will sent it to me today, and we're trading. This wasn't a gift, and it kind of was because he was like, "It's not. We're trading." But like, he was like, "You should have this card. We'll figure it out." Right. And it was such a wonderful gesture. So that card is right here. I know that the shadows on here are what they are, but yeah, there it is. It's number 24. So like, I just can't lose. Right. Like, I'm just going to say that to you guys. Like, I can't lose. I got that card. I went for a walk on the beach for 3 miles today. I'm down 70 pounds. Life is, you can focus on the negative. You can focus on the positive. I'm going to focus on the positive. Now, I know like some of my buddies like Tom out there who PSA drives him nuts is expecting me to hit the rafters. And I probably will, because like I saw one card here, and like I said, I got a PSA 6, and it looked like they dinged the card. Like, because I will tell you, so this is 79 cards. There are certain cards in here that just went, right? Like, I didn't really say, hey, is this going to grade well? It was like, I want this card protected. But I mean, I did kind of look at them. I can say that the let's see here. Let's add. I want to say hi to Peter JB and Fat Lemon Pie. So we're going to move me down here. Okay, wait, I got to hit the present button here. We're going to do share my screen. Share screen. We're going to do screen 2. All right, we're going to allow that. All right. I'm sure I'll dox myself. So anyway, yeah, again, like this was, it was on accounting hold. So I swapped it, whatever. PSA beaten their record here by a bunch. I don't know where the hell I was, but yeah. So some of these cards I looked and wanted to see whether they would grade well, and others I was just like they should be graded. That being said, I did look at the Black Widows, and they were not like I was hoping for like an 8 or a 9 and a 9 and a 10. In no world was one of those cards a 6 when it left my house. So it was the top card on there, which always worries me about how they handle shit. So we're gonna see. Like I'm telling you, I really am trying to approach this as like I really just can't lose. What I can tell you though is that like, this cost me over $1,200 to get these cards graded, and on top of that, I had to join their stupid club. It's just a question of will I grade anymore? I can already tell you that like the Black Widow's getting cracked. It'll either go to SGC or it'll go to CGC. And if they agree on it, so be it. It's too big of a card to accept that grade. So it is what it is. So, all right. This is going to be hard for me. I apologize, guys, because, like you'll see, I have to kind of creep through this. So, like, here's the first card, right? So we're going to here, open image in new tab here. We'll go like this. Oh, doesn't that suck? Nice image, PSA. All right, so like so much for their high res image, huh? Yeah, I mean, you guys, I mean, at least you can see the card. PSA 6, my ass. I've heard, yeah, Sean, that they're way harder to crack. It's going to be what it's going to be. That card is not staying in a PSA 6 holder. Just not happening. This is, Peter's in here. Peter knows that I like tortured myself for months to buy this card, and then I ended up buying a second one. I like to think that this is from the asshole Boomerman Sapphire Sports. But again, this episode's brought to you by WQ Customs. He doesn't really sell a lot on eBay, but he has amazing deals on 77 cards when he sells them. So check out WQ. All right, we're going to go back here. So this is going to be another one of these right after it. And if this is below an 8, I'm going to be very, very, very disappointed. 7. All right. So, I mean, I can already tell you, like, I'm done grading with PSA. Like, I'm just done. Like, I'm done. Like, neither of these cards left my house. And by the way, I've graded. I don't want it off their census. I want PSA to be broken. I want PSA to be broken. Yeah, like, sorry, I got to go back in here. I forgot to. It is what it is, right? Like, that's the point here. Is like, I've got this Cassian here. I collect cards. I don't collect slabs. They are glorified one touches. And for them to give me a 6 and a 7 on those two cards, this is going to be a disaster, folks. Like, this is going to be an absolute fucking dumpster fire. Because I graded, I think, 7 from this set. And there's just no way. I've graded, I think 2 or 3 from this. I've never got below an 8 before. So to start out with a 6 and a 7, sure. Whatever you fucking say, scumbags. All right. Should I just maybe I can do this? Yeah. All right. Here we go. Will this help? Yeah, this should help. Okay, here we go. All right. That should make it a little better. All right. I'm trying to do it so we reveal them. We don't reveal too many at one time. I guess that I should move it up on the screen, but screw you guys. 6 and a 7. By the way, I love those cards. Okay, now we're into a Captain America from here. What do we got? Captain America, a 6. All right, let's just go. This is they honestly can just go fuck themselves. Like, I'm not mad about this, but this is a sham. It's a scam. I guarantee you I will crack these cards and get better grades elsewhere. This is just a waste of $1,400. So there's another 6. 6, 6, 7, 6. Fuck you, PSA. Wait, let me switch to a full camera. Hey, PSA, go fuck yourself. I'm going to charge this back because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Okay? You don't have any clue of what you're fucking doing. 6, 6, 7, 6. Whatever. Okay? This is a joke. No wonder they wanted to make sure that they got my credit card before they showed me their fucking grades. Scumbags. Like, I looked at both of these. 6s. 2 6s and a 7s. These should be like 8s, 9s, 10s. Just letting you guys know. Okay. I wasn't expecting a lot. I was expecting 7 10s in this whole order, between 7 and 15 10s in the whole order. I was not expecting 3 6s out of my first 4 cards. So let's just keep going right into it because this is okay. All right. Well, there's a you got. Oh, sorry guys, you can't see this. There you go, Cassian Andor Gray, which is a gift from my buddy Peter. A very gracious. It was part of our Christmas gift. I'm super excited to have that. I'm super. It's the very first Cassian Gray. I don't understand what the fuck just happened with those foil cards. Like I just expected that the Cassian would come back. Whatever, an 8 or 7. I mean, it's a great card. I mean, I'm excited. I need to take a step back. Yeah, I need to take a step back. The next one's going to be the Jin. So, yeah, fantastic. Like, fantastic. See, this is the hard part about this. Like, I'm excited to have this, but that's a card I'm never selling, right? Like, so as much as, of course, I want the best possible grade, but that card I really did grade to protect. This specific card I graded because I have every parallel other than the 101 in a slab. So, to have all the slabs. So I'm never selling it. So it's awesome to get a great grade. But, like my goal, I thought about this before then. It's like, I want to be able to sell part of these cards to get the money back. So like when I was showing you those cards earlier, I was like, okay, if I get a 10 and a 9 on the Black Widow, I'll sell the 9 for $1,000 instead of now you just crack them and throw those fucking scam ass slabs in the trash. So clearly they don't like those foil cards. All right. So fantastic. Thank you again, Peter. I mean, I thanked him earlier. Let's see. I think we got the Jin coming up here. I'm expecting, I don't know what to expect. Another, no. This is Chirrut Imwe. Open image, a new tab. I mean, I was trying to put together the set of this Chirrut Imwe. I don't think this has a big population. I don't know. This is out of 100. Again, if I didn't mention that. So we got another 9 here. I think I'm going for a complete 9. Now we want the Jin in a 9 because I've got the Vader in a 9, Cassie in a 9, Chirrut in a 9, Saw in a 9. So might as well just go for the full 9s, the whole 9 yards here. All right. So the next one up is gonna be the Jin. So that's another big card. And what do we got on the Jin? A 9. All right, Peter. 999. We are fucking Herman Caning it right now. So no 10 so far. I'm really ballistic on those foil cards. Like ballistic. Like I'm super excited about these. So again, these are 3 cards I'm like the Jin and the Cassian. I'm never selling unless I'm destitute and I need money to eat. And I wouldn't really. I mean, I have the Vader listed for sale. I'm just fucking with people these days. But I'm not really looking to sell it. So yeah, awesome. So we've got that. I've got more gold Rogue One cards coming up here in a few minutes. I have no idea what's next. I still can't. Seriously. 6, 7, 6, 6. I mean, clearly they have an issue with that set. And I have probably 6 or 7 more, no, 5 more from that set in here. So that's going to be great. That's going to be fantastic. So like that's a waste of $50 right there, right? There more, $60. That's $60 right in the trash. I could have gambled that money so much better on some shit coin or something. All right, what's up next? All right, I don't know. Okay. Oh, this is just going to be awful. This is going to be awful. This is just painful. Frodo. Like again, this is just a waste of money. This whole thing is a waste of money. So I'm done. Like I really am. I'm done with PSA. Yeah, hey, PSA, you got your last 1,400 out of old Mike here. You got your last 1,400 out of me. Your scam, it's over, buddy. It's over. This tax of just like randomly giving 7s. I looked over this card. I did not I'm not an expert. I mean, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter anymore because I clearly don't know what I'm doing when it comes to grading. I wouldn't have sent this in if I didn't think it had a chance at a 10 and it got a 7. So I don't know what I'm doing. So we're at negative 75 right now of just wasted money. All right, what's next here? Okay, we got another one here. We got so we got another Black Widow Avengers. I don't know if this is the another 7 pattern foil. I mean, this is a waste of money. So all right, we're negative $90 now. Let's just keep going. I mean, I'll show you the card. And there's I mean, these are not nines. I mean, they're not 7s. These are not 7s. You seriously, fuck you, PSA. Like, here, let me switch back to me. Fuck you. Fuck you, PSA. Fuck you, you fucking scumbags. The card is not a 7. Perfect corners, perfectly centered. You're fucking scumbags. You don't know how to do, you're using AI and that you're using it on fucking surfaces. Fucking Pockets got PSA 2s today on 1977 cards that were pack fresh. Fuck you, PSA. You're a scam. Your day is over. Okay, let's move on. All right. Again, I'm in a good mood. I'm just trying to let you guys know that, like, this is a joke. So I'm like, whatever. I mean, I'm literally cracking all of these out of their slabs. Like, this is like you're watching a man set fire to money. So this is a Better Call Saul. It's a 9. I don't have this. Nice card. I mean, I think like it's fine, right? It's fine. It's not a loss. It doesn't go into the 0. It's not a gain either. So we're at, no 10s, no 8s either. We're at lots of 7s, lots of 6s, lots of 9s. I don't want any 8s, but what's up next? Okay, Force Awakens Chrome. Let's see again. Like, let's just see what they do. I mean, again, if I could, I would just hit a button right now and get all my money back, and they could keep all their fucking stupid plastic. A 9. All right. So, like, I'm just not getting any 10s. So this is a Han Solo Pulsar out of 10. I mean, it's a pretty rare card. I mean, Han Solo it's out of 10. Han Solo was, I think there's another Han Solo in here. He was only in one movie where he had serial number cards, Harrison Ford, so to speak. This is not a loss, but not, I mean, I don't think I really gained anything on this. I think, yeah, I don't think I gained anything on this. It's just, yeah, Stan, there's no point in grading. Like, there's just nothing in here that like, I regretted this before. I knew this before. It's like, even if, like, if this card here, this pattern, oh, sorry, guy. Sorry, Sam. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I'm not sharing, and I'm trying to show cards. Open link, open image in 2K tab. So yeah, this is I wish they let you do the thing. So this is the Han Solo. Again, 9, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10. I can, you roll the dice there, right? Like, I know it was sharp corners. I know it was centered surfaces, what it is. So again, I'm fine with it, but like, I'm just getting murdered here. And there's this card, this pattern foil card here. That's what makes me know that they don't fucking know what they're doing, right? I thought it was just one set. They don't know what they're doing. Like, they're using AI, and if there's where there's surface, how to explain this? Like, there's like added shit on both the Marvel ones, and I just don't think their AI can figure it out. It's like multi-level printing. All right, so what's next here? So hard not to see it. Okay, so we have Upper Deck, Zendaya, not a rookie. Fuck you, Darth, whatever his name is, Darth Berzo. Michelle, Zendaya. I mean, at this point, I'm expecting like a fucking 7, right? 8. Like, I'm not getting any 10s. Like, this is a joke, man. So that's another 15 on the track. So we're negative $105. I guess I'll show the card. This is just no fun. I mean, these are all massive cards. Like, they're all, this is out of 100. I have 2 of the 100. Whatever. I mean, I looked at this again. It looks pristine. There's nothing wrong with the corners. Centering, go figure fucking centering on this card. Yeah, whatever. So what are we at now? 120 negative. Look, what's up next? Okay. All right. So these are the cards that, like, I have no, like, Again, they're getting a rise out of me, right? Like you guys can tell that I'm upset, but like I'm gonna walk out of this. I'm just gonna be fine and done. I'm just gonna be fine and done, right? Like they're just ruining the hobby. Like throw man a couple of tens here and there, right? Like you don't know what you're doing. You're just running these through AI, you pieces of shit. All right, so I have 3 Ryan Reynolds X-Men Origins. Like at this point, I guess I'm gonna get 2 8s and a 9, right? Like a 7, a 6, and an 8. This is disgusting. Let me switch back here, guys. Like this is disgusting. This is disgusting. I looked at all these cards. A 6. These cards have no creases. They have no dings. They have no surface problems. This is just cunts being cunts. I really wish I could just get my money back. This is disgusting. All right, I don't even want to do this anymore. 6, 7, like this was the card that I was expecting to. I was expecting 2 10s and a 9. Okay, and I got a 6, a 7, and an 8. A 6, a 7, and an 8. Sure, whatever you say, PSA. Right? You and your AI grading system work really well. Yeah, I mean, I'm done. Like I'm pretty done with card collecting anyway because I'm out of cards to collect. But like, if this is the game where I just literally set fire to $1,400, I could have bought a PSA 10 1977 card. I could have fucking bought like a Ryan Reynolds auto. Instead, I'm getting 6, 7s, and 8s. These are all just getting crap. Like this is a joke. I could be like my buddy Dan, who steams and presses his cards and sends them to fucking CGC. Like, yeah, this is disgusting. All right, we got a 7 on that. We got a 10. Oh wait, we got a 7 on this Tony Stark, which is another fucking 9. I'm seriously like they don't know how to fucking grade cards. Seriously, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You do not know how to grade a foil card. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. And you're just stealing fucking money. You pieces of fucking shit. Nat Turner, suck my fucking cock, you fucking piece of shit. Oh my God. Fuck you, you fucking. Use words. 7s. Never. So I have like 10 Batman cards in here that are like, that are what you call it, that are going to be like 4s and 5s. Like those were the ones like, but I mean, I sent in dozens of these Marvel foil cards that they don't know how to grade, right? They just don't know how to grade them. So whatever. Okay. So, sorry, I'll switch back to this. So, I mean, what am I? I'm negative. What? This is a negative 15 here. That I won't take the negative on it, but so negative 15, negative 60. So we're at negative 180. And then we got the Mallrats here. Open image. So Mallrats is a very difficult set to find. This is Ben Affleck's rookie card. This was a pop 1. It is now a pop 2, and I own both of them. So whatever. I mean, who knows what this is worth? It's a very niche market when I own the 2 best ones. It's my first 10. I would not accept under a few $100s. So, I mean, I do think that ate up some of the disaster that we just went through, but not enough. And then we got a 9 on the Hamilton. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Hold on one second. All right. So this is his character, like as Hamilton, the character card, but I prefer the one with Ben Affleck. It's a 9. That's the first one of those that I have. I don't know if there are any other ones graded. I noticed the chat stopped. Chat's like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Right. 6s and 7s. Come on, man. Well, all right. So this is actually a pretty big hit. I don't know whatever you want to say. So this is Stan Lee's rookie card. Now this is the first card with the image of Stan Lee on it. This is Stan Lee. This is a pop 1. So again, it's a couple $100. I just like it's like I don't know how, like it'll take me years to sell this card. It'll take me years to sell this card, and like I don't know. It's I mean, it's over, Sam. Like I'm out. Like I'm done. Like I'm done because I can't grade cards anymore because I don't know what I'm doing, right? Like I can't, uh you can't grade cards if you don't know what anything's gonna get. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm just bad at it, which self-professed on some level, yes, but not this bad. And all right. I mean, it's clear that they grade paper cards different, right? These are the few of the so all of the paper cards so far have gotten better grades. Okay. All of the paper cards. So because the no, that's not true. The Ryan Reynolds, that's where my heart just ended. I think that's the last Mallrats here. I'm not sure. I don't know what's next. Like, okay, so I got 2 10s. I was expecting 7. Um, all right, what's next? Oh, X-Men, an 8 on Wolverine. Okay, it's like this is again just fucking bullshit. It's just I looked at my buddy's 10 and I own a 9. This is better than that. They just don't know what they're doing. They really don't. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. Like there is no consistency. They can go fuck themselves. Yeah, so that's this X-Men card here. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're going to give you graders notes eventually in the year 2977. That's a perfect card. I mean, I could see, like, I can never argue a 9 versus, I have a very difficult time 9 and a 10. That is not an 8. I own 8s, I own 9s. Just again, you can throw that in the loss pile. I mean, I might be able to move it for grading fees. So maybe, I don't know. I'm still saying we're at least negative 200 so far, at least. Magneto gets a 9. By the way, I would not have sent Magneto. I mean, this is a loss too, most likely. I would not have sent this in if I didn't think he'd get a 10. So listen, hey, I thought it would get a 10 and got a 9, right? I get. There are only 2 PSA 10s in this entire set. I have one of them, and I had a picture of the other one, and I looked at both of them for centering and corners and everything. So what else can I do? There's not much else I can do. Yeah. So I mean, again, we're now like minus 230 on this order. It's hard to say because those 2 cards but those aren't just not liquid cards that and this process of okay, so Jay and Silent Bob up next. So this is another Mallrats card. I'd like to get a 10 on this. Okay, all right. So I mean, we killed it on the Mallrats cards. Sean, if you're out there, like I think I'm going to need you to buy all the Mallrats cards because it's the only way I'm getting my money back. So again, this is a set that'll run you about $80 to get, and this is the first Jay and Silent Bob PSA 10. It's the only one. I don't know, man. Like, great. I mean, I would happily swap that for the Wolverine, but I will tell you that, like, you know, again, those are. I just don't. Either I don't know what I'm doing, or they don't know what they're doing. I have a feeling it's a little bit of both. Like these cards are like these are not cards I'm going to get. Like the Wolverine, I'm disappointed in, but it's not like the other cards where it's like you're giving me a 6 and I thought it was a 10. Especially those Ryan Reynolds cards, right? Like those, the foil cards I could see a little bit, like because who knows, but like all of them, they came from different sources and shit. Like you don't like, but those Ryan Reynolds cards just make me know that like they're just on a different planet. Okay, what do we have next? Okay, all right. This is a problem again. So we got more Winter Soldier. Like here we go. So this is just gonna be like, oh, we got an 8. Oh, we got an 8. Like, I mean, this is Bucky. This is the very first Winter Soldier card. He was not Winter Soldier in Sebastian Stan in whatever. These are out of 100. These are like fucking impossible to find. Just so you know, like they're impossible to find. Like I graded mostly cards. I'm getting good grades on the cards that you can buy, although those Mallrat cards you can't really buy. But but like you can't, like none of these are for sale. They're, you know, if you figured it out, there are 2 sets of these cards that are still for sale, one for 500, one for 600. They're about as good a deal as you're going to find. I mean, the market sucks right now, but like these are like my favorite cards. You know, again, I don't know why these all came from the same fucking places. So this one got an 8. I think there's another one in here. That's just a guess. Yeah, there's another one, and it got a 7. So, right. I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm there's no way I'm going to look at this order and go, I'm going to get my money back on the Mallrats cards. Just not going to happen. So 7 and an 8, like this is just an unmitigated disaster. What's next? Probably the Nick Fury. All right. Yeah, this is a blue. So those are red. They're out of 99. This is a blue Nick Fury out of 25. This is like, it's a 7. Like they're just, I mean, I have, oh God, I just fucked it up. Oh, wow. That was weird. I actually got a good, finally got a good image there. And so, you know, let's try to go to that Nick Fury and get that image, because maybe you guys will see how terrible, how this is a PSA 7. All right, so I clicked on open link and I'm trying to figure out why, like, if I clicked on it, all right, there's just no world in which this is a 7. All right, so I clicked on this before and it did this. Okay, look at this. Okay, maybe a little tip there. Okay, it looks tipped here. Like this did not leave my house tipped, sir. It did not leave my house tipped. So I don't know what to tell you. Like it's just no fun. This is just no fun. What do you have? You know, I got to look at this. Like, show me a 7 on this card. They damage my cards. They damage every one of my fucking cards. None of these. See how these are both tipped? They were not tipped when they left my house. I wish I can. You still like see the scans when they come in? This is a joke. Fuck these fucking guys, man. All right, whatever. You guys, if you want to keep playing this fucking game with PSA, good luck to you. And to all the people out there who convinced me to keep submitting, like you, Sams, don't ever tell me to fucking submit ever again. It's fucking garbage. It's fucking scumbags. Oh, here we go. More 7, 7, 8. 9. We finally got a 9 on something. Like I'm just blowing through it at this point. Like it's like literally setting fire to money. Okay, so here 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90, 100. Oh, now we got a fucking like now we're gonna get to the shitty cards and we're gonna get these in fucking 9s. They look the exact fucking same. Jesus Christ, man. By the way, this is performative. People like to see me angry. But yeah, this is a joke. This is just a giant waste of my money. And I will never submit to PSA again. Never. 8s, 7s, 9s. Like this is a $300 card, but whatever. It's a Black Widow. I don't know why I can only get to the big image when I like if I do this, what the fuck happens? No, same fucking shit. This is out of 100, Black Widow, whatever. If you give me a 10, I could really make some fucking money back. But no, 8, 7s, that's getting cracked. Like this will get cracked. This will get cracked. Like, I mean, I'm literally going to crack half of these and throw them in the trash. Fun shit. All right, we're almost at the Rebels foils. Those are going to be fucking fun too. I'm done grading. Listen, I have this card here. This is what card collecting is about, right? Get cards that mean something to you. You're not going to make any money anymore. The card market is pretty much dead. So money making in cards is a disaster. But if you find cards that mean shit to you, that's what you get, right? Like I took shots here. My thought was simply, if all these cards, if I put them in a holder and I paid $15, would I buy this card slabbed? Assuming that I was within one grade of what I thought I would get. And I was like, yes, I am not coming close to what within one grade of what I thought I would get. So, it's cool, but I'm not gonna do it again. I mean, I can't believe I got a 9 on the Falcon. I own all of the Falcon graded. I have two PSA and two I think CGCs. And this got an 8. This fucking I mean, I sent in so many Marvel that like I mean, that's what I did here, and it's been a disaster. I mean, an 8. I mean, for what I've been getting is not so bad, but like, oh, you guys can't see. I'm sure you don't care anymore. Hey, there you go. All right. I mean, this is not a super rare card, but it is very hard to get. This is that. Okay, here you go. We're throwing you a bone. Here's a $500 card for you. I mean, I don't even know what the pop report is on Stewie. Like, yeah, I don't know. But a Stewie PSA 10 is something, again, paper card, right? Like paper card. I don't know. I'm going to try to look here. I just saw the next card after it. I saw the grade at least, and I'm almost certain I know the card because I think it's a Peter Griffin. Why can't I? Okay. All right. We're just going to look. So Stewie Griffin, PSA 10. That's something for me. I think the next one, yeah, Peter Griffin. I got a PSA 9. I have a 9. I wanted a 10. Those are kind of win cards. I mean, it's just clear that I just made huge mistakes sending in the Marvel cards. Like, it was all Marvel that went to shit so far. Like, all Marvel cards. And it was both Upper Deck and Rittenhouse, by the way. There's a few other cards in here that are just like, I don't know. I wish there were like an easier way to do this. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, I did not expect this to do well, but a 5? Holy shit. Rainbow foil Ezra. Man, I'm just setting fire to money. Like, I thought this was going to be a 7 or like a 7. That's what I thought. But like, I thought, like, I didn't think it was good, right? So like I thought a 6 was the low end on that, but like, I knew it wasn't good. It had this tipped corner here. Like, it had a tipped corner. It just was what it was. But a 5, whatever. Like, I'll just, that was something that wasn't getting sold anyway. But a 5 is fucking hysterical. So like, all right, so there are a couple other rainbow foils right after this, and like, somehow I think that's going to color them. There's one card in particular here that I thought was great, and I thought would get a great grade, and it probably would save a lot of the order, but I'm not sure whether, I mean, given that one, holy shit. All right, so Hera got a 9, so no. That Hera would have had to be a 10. It bothers me so much that if I click on this link, it shows you a big picture. But if I go to the image, that it doesn't. So there's a Hera rainbow foil. These are extremely hard cards to get. But like, most of these are getting 10s. I thought this would get a 10. But again, 9 or 10, I really don't split hairs. This wasn't the card that I thought. I think I'm pretty sure this was, I don't remember, like, Sean and I like traded cards and he gave me some cards. I don't know which are which. So, but if it weren't a gift, I would sell it. All right. So what's up here? All right. What are you going to be? Okay. So this isn't good. So next card is the card that I really, for a long time, thought it was a 10. And it's a 10. All right. We finally got one fucking card. I mean, it doesn't do anything. It's Chopper. It's a PSA 10 rainbow foil Chopper. I think there might be one other, but yeah, it's a pretty fucking big card. It's a big card, and I pulled that myself out of like a $45 blaster. When you could buy a blaster for $45, the blasters are now $180. So yeah, I don't know. There's no idea of what the market is for that card, right? Like, because nobody's actually ever sold one. But you know, the only thing that makes me happy about that is that I thought it was a 10. Like, I really thought it was a 10. I pulled it myself, looked at it, it looked perfect. The foil cards are really hard. They grade way better than the other ones, but again, I'm just angry about all the fucking Marvel cards, because if anybody watches me or knows, I've spent a lot of time collecting Marvel cards. Those are not easy to come by, and I was like, okay, we'll just play the same type of game, right? Do the same thing with the Marvel. Give me a 5, a 9, and a 10. Don't give me 7s and 8s and 6s. Jesus Christ! All right. What's next? All right, we got another. Okay, all right. Well, we got another one here. I mean, this is Her Name is Sabine. Now, this is surely a gift. Okay, this is surely a gift from my boy Sean, and I have a PSA 10 now. Very valuable card, or whatever. Like, in theory, as we always like to say, find one. Well, this is the only one in the universe, right? Like, this is Pop 1. Her Name is Sabine. Good fucking luck. Yeah, I mean, and I appreciate it. Like, I know you guys want to be supportive, but the hard part here is that a lot of cards, I knew this. See, this was why the Ryan Reynolds cards were so important, because those were cards I wanted to sell. Even all the shitty grades I'm getting on the Marvel cards, for the most part, I don't want to sell those cards. I think that market is just misunderstood, needs some time to go. But this is like a lot like the Stewie Griffin. Like, it's a nice card. I mean, it's could get money. I'm not going to sell it, so I'm not going to redeem my money. Like, I don't sell those cards. Like, I want to have one of those in my collection. So, all right. So I think there's one more rainbow foil from from Rebels. Then we'll probably get into some Rogue One. All right, so this is the last one, and we get a 9. All right, so open image, new tab. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, I really like this Ezra image. Amazing discoveries with the lightsaber. I don't think there are any other graded. This card, this is not a gift. This is something, but I'll probably put this up for sale. I don't think anybody will pay the price I want, but but it's certainly, some of these are a win because there are no other graded ones out there. But yeah, I mean, you can see it's like they're kind of consistent. Like, this Ezra is hysterical, but like that we can live with, right? Like, a lot of the stuff lately we can live with, but man, those Marvel cards really, really hurt. All right, so what's up next? Okay, all right, so this was one I took a gamble on, and I'm disappointed. This is Dr. Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park. It got a 9. It's no big deal, right? Like, that fits exactly what I was saying. It's like, would I buy a Dr. Ian Malcolm PSA 9 for $15? Yes. I thought it was a 10, but you'll live with it, right? Like, I really wanted it to be a 10. It's another card I would not have sold. It's funny because I probably would sell the 9, but I won't sell the 10, just because, I am still a collector. So again, Dr. Ian Malcolm, I like the card. I like the stock. I like the card. I like the character. I like the movie. I like the IP. I wish it were 10, but again, we'll live with that. All right. So what's up next? Oh, Jesus. I already can see it. Like, I can't even, I wish I could reveal this better. It's another Marvel card. It's another fucking, I mean, this was just if I just didn't do the Marvel cards, this order's fine, right? Like, obviously, right? It's all the Marvel cards, like another 7. I just don't think they know how to grade these cards. It's as simple as that. They all like have a specific or the grader didn't know how to grade them and say, okay, they all have surface problems. But you know, it's a very expensive lesson, right? By the way, it's not the first time I ever graded any of these cards. Like got 8.5. I think the last time I graded one. So, yeah, I don't know. That's just a bummer. I'm collecting Black Widow, and I've just got a pile of fucking 6s and 7s, and maybe an 8 and 1 9. Oh shit! So this next card is the Grogu rookie out of 99, and what I can tell you here is, I bet it's going to get a 7. Now, like it's going to get a 7. It got an 8. This is what's so maddening about all this. It's like, yeah, this was an 8, right? Like I sent it in because these cards are impossible to find. They're impossible. They're not very easy to grade. So like an 8 Grogu rookie out of 99, very like if they come up, like you just snatch them up. They're the type of thing like just there are a handful of collectors. And you know, but this is just a super like sought after card, and I knew it wasn't perfect. I paid a lot for this raw. I don't think I'd sell it. I don't think I'd sell it, and I don't. Yeah, I really enjoy that card, and I just and again within the realm of what I thought. Did I think it had a chance at 9? Sure, but the reason I said a 7 is that if I thought it was getting a 9, it was getting 2 grades lower. So. Okay. All right. What do you got next for me? Game of Thrones, Daenerys Targaryen gold. This is going to be murder too. Because it's the same type of thing. It's foil, right? Like it just seems like anything that has foil on it, like they fucked me hard on. So what do you think? An 8? I'm thinking an 8. 9. All right. So that's not bad. Like, what I'll say about this is, so this is season 3, Game of Thrones, out of 149, Daenerys Targaryen. It's very first serial numbered Daenerys card. I'm almost certain this is the first one of these graded. It did have great corners. It did have, but this was one I also just wanted in the slab. And again, for me not knowing what I'm doing, I'm telling you, the Black Widows I had were in better shape than this card. So to get a 9 on this, sure, great. I mean, it's a great card. I don't know if there are any for sale, and to get a high grade on this, like I think it's gonna be hard to get a 10. You have to find it and you have to get it, but it's a card I would probably sell, not at a price anybody wants to pay. So good again. Certainly satisfied with that. There, I have some a Daenerys rookie and a Jon Snow rookie in here that who the hell knows at this point. All right. Okay. So this is a Lando Calrissian Donald Glover gold out of 50. Again, nothing less than a 10 would satisfy me on this, and I have no fucking idea. So it's going to be a 9. Yep, it's a 9. I just knew it was like, I mean, because it looked absolutely perfect. I mean, it's perfect. It's out of 50, super hard to find. There is a 10. I saw the guy actually who got it. And so, I mean, I got a good deal on this. I actually found a second one that I passed along to Sean. It's a great card. It's an amazing card. You know, I think you could buy the 10 for 300. So this is not going to command a lot of money today, but God forbid Lando. Oh, there are some other Landos in here. Fuck. Oh, this is a massacre. Again, I was taking the portfolio approach here that I thought I was going to be wrong on something. Like this one, I don't mind, right? Like I wasn't selling it in a 10. I would have preferred to have it in a 10. This is to me, this is the rookie year of Glover as Lando. It's my favorite Lando card with Glover on it. But I have an out of 10 Lando card in here coming up that's not finest. But 2018 finest, awesome set. Love the card. Again, you know, not a win or a loss. All right, what's up next here, folks? Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, I'm just going to switch back to full screen for a second so you guys can just deal with me. Yeah, I don't know. So I sent in some 1999 Icon Star Wars cards, which is they're gold. They were Australian. If you've watched any of my stuff, they're hard to find. They didn't make normal cards for Phantom Menace. They made widescreen or wide vision. These are the only normal looking cards. They made them in Australia, and then there were gold inserts, which were 1 in 6 packs. So they're like 36 times or 60 times more rare than the base card. And I bought a set, and I think I submitted 2. I think I submitted Padme and Darth Maul. And again, given what I've seen, and I think I saw a very long description, it's either a 6 or an 8, I think. So what is it? It's a 6. I mean, I'm like, it's disheartening. Like this is one where you can talk to me into like, I don't know what the hell's all going on with the surface on here, and that I didn't know how they were going to grade them, right? So like, this is the only one that's ever been graded. What are you going to do? Like, whatever, shoot me in the face. But like this, I knew was a risk. I'd never graded these before. You could look at the cards and go, how are they going to grade these things? They don't know how to grade them because they've never seen them before, right? So some guy is just making it up. Like, I know how this is supposed to look. No, you don't. You just don't. So cool. I mean, that's the problem with most of these cards. When you use AI, which is what they're doing for the most part. And if they couldn't use the AI, they're using shitty graders who don't know these cards. And that's really what it comes down to. So again, the 6 there, that was one I was like, again, I thought it could, right? I thought it could get a 10 and I thought it could get a 6, just depending on how they wanted to grade those type of things. So I'm assuming Darth Maul is going to get a 6 too. So whatever, wasn't really looking to sell it. Go try to find one to buy. Whoa. Okay. So here we've got Rick. All right. So I had graded one of these before. This is Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead. Very hard card to find. Very hard card to find. I graded one before. I got a 6. What do you think I got this time, folks? What do you think? Okay. I got a 10. I don't know what to tell you on that. Oh shit, sorry. God damn it. I keep doing it. I'm sorry, Sams. All right. I keep switching back. Okay, so I got there we go. No, I got a 10. I see. But no, I got a 10. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, right? Like there's a very hard card again to board. Like, good fucking luck getting one of these, kids. Good luck. Right? Like this is why I like this is we're all just playing the lottery here. Like if you had told me this card was going to get a 10 and those Ryan Reynolds cards were going to get 6, 7, and 8, I would have told you you're fucking nuts. I don't even know what I bought a set that came in a binder of this, and I just plucked the Rick. And by the way, that's what I did with the Frodo that got a 7. And then I have a Daenerys and a Jon Snow base rookie cards coming up. Yeah. So that, I mean, listen, I don't know. Like nobody knows what that card's worth, right? Like this is the part where I can convince myself of whatever I want, right? Like I can tell you that card's worth what I paid to grade all these cards. That's kind of insane, but there aren't any. So, I mean, it might not be a pop 0, but it's like, again, find them, grade them, and get a 10. Good luck. Yeah. Now, am I selling that card? I don't know. That card will get listed, but it'll get listed for, a crazy price. But like if somebody was like, hey, I'll give you the $1,000 or $2,000, yeah, I would sell it because then I could play this fucking game again where we go 6, 10, 6, 10. All right, whatever. All right, here we go. Let's keep it rolling. I think we have to be getting close to done, right? Like you've seen me lose all my money. we'll do a review where we go back and we'll be like, okay. I mean, I don't know what I paid for this Rick Grimes, right? Like I really don't know. It's like I don't know what I have into it. Because like part of what I would want to calculate at the end of the day is like what cards that I wouldn't crack, what would I pay for these cards? Now I would have to extract out what I already paid, meaning like if I paid $50 for that set and 15 to grade, I'm already in for 65. So would I buy it for 200? I don't know. Probably. I don't know. It's crazy. All right. I've never seen one. Never, ever seen one. All right. What do we got here? We're going to have some Rogue One at some point. All right. So I know this is not a, all right. So this is the Darth Maul gold. It got an 8, right? Like, I mean, I think Padme is like one of the first cards. So like, there are none of these, whatever. It's just an awesome card, right? Like, we don't know how many there are out there, but there aren't a lot. And I think like these, I paid $80 for something crazy for the whole set. It was like ridiculous. But I don't know if I would grade any more of them. But like the Darth Maul, this is, in my opinion, the Darth Maul rookie card. The thing about Darth Maul is that there are no, like Darth Maul dies in spoilers. Darth Maul dies in Phantom Menace, so there are no other Darth Maul cards. So this is it. So in all honesty, I'm sure people would pay more for the Padme, but like to me, the more important card of the two is this Darth Maul. So cool. I mean, an 8 is like it's so hard to know because like I think these are going to be really hard to grade. This surface is a nightmare. Yeah, horizontal is gross. There is a I understand, Peter. I mean, it's still way better than wide vision. There is a vertical card, but it's from a Australian potato chip company called Bluebell. I have them. They're really cool. I was hoping that that's what they would use for the Phantom Menace Sapphire, but they didn't. They just decided to just like, I don't know, pay a crackhead $10,000 to throw glitter at pictures of people from Phantom Menace. Anyway, again, that's not like the loss that the Padme is. I mean, I'll put the Padme up for sale for like $4 million just to like piss people off because, I like to do that. All right. Oh, okay. So next is going to be a gold Poe Dameron. I already own the only graded one, which is a 7. I have no idea. I thought this was way nicer, so I thought at least a 9. I mean, I thought 8, 9, 10, right? Like that's what I thought. 8. Again, these are really hard to grade, or at least I don't know. Maybe they're. I mean, you guys can't say like I don't see any flaws on this card. Like there was no tipping, there was no like scratches or centering. Like I mean, like I said, when I say 8, 9, 10, like again, 8, I'm disappointed. 9 is what I thought. 10 would be great. These are out 100. Nobody likes Poe, but again, now I own a 7 and an 8. I'll say the other one I have is definitely not this good. So that's probably a 6. Anyway, I don't know what to make of this fucking order. I really don't. I mean, I'm just glad most of those Marvel cards, like I think all the Marvel cards are behind us. Don't worry. At the end are Dark Knight cards. Those were the cards that, like, there are some cards in here that I would gamble with, like the Icon Golds. I really didn't know how they would grade. And the Dark Knight, I don't know how they were going to grade. So that's where I was expecting. Okay, I'm going to get 5, 6s, and 7s, and I'll just have to live with it. Not the grossness that I've seen so far. The Marvel cards that's just heartbreaking. All right. What's next? Okay. All right. So this is a Han Solo, same thing, gold. I thought this was even nicer. So I don't know. I thought, so whatever it's going to be, it's going to be. It got a 9. I mean, I really thought this would 10. Again, Han Solo, out of 100. By the way, this set, there were out of 100. There's 1 out of 100 and out of 10. Yeah, Sam. I said I expected about a 15% gem rate. I'm not hitting that yet. I don't, or maybe I am. But it wasn't really. The reason this order wasn't about the gem rate because I knew that a lot of these cards didn't ever have a chance at a 10. And we're not a chance, but like it was a very small chance. Like I really thought I thought most of those Marvel cards were going to be 8s and 9s. This type of stuff is not like this. Getting a 9 is, like I said, disappointing because I thought this was perfect. But like again, 9, 10, it's very hard for me to tell. But 6 to a 9 or a 10 and constantly, that's just unacceptable. All right, I think we're going to be in a Rogue One now. What do I have in Rogue One? Bodhi Rook, Mon Mothma, a couple of horizontal cards. Peter, who thinks they're gross, but yeah. At least we made entertainment out of this, folks. That's all I can tell you. Is at least we made. All right, here we go. Oh, Breaking Bad. Okay, so this is an insert, Walter White insert. This is a card that I don't know if I should have sent, but let's see here. 9. They just have a habit with Breaking Bad. It's like they default to 9. So this is like a chase card insert, Walter White, blue sky with the stuff on here. Again, a hard card to find. I don't think, cool. Like it's a card I'll put up for sale, but not cheap. And if it'll sell eventually type of thing. And if it doesn't, I don't mind having it in my collection. I think it's an undervalued set. I think that the market the demand will catch up to the fact that there isn't a lot of supply. So yeah, cool card. Oh, you know what we're going to have. So I have a Tony Stark, 2008 Rittenhouse relic card in here. If that gets above a 5, I'm going to be shocked. That's another one where I just took a shot. When I looked at it afterwards, I'm like, why did I send that in? Like, yeah, there was no winning on it. So like, it's a thick card. It might be coming up. That's why I say it. Oh no, this is, fuck you. All right. So this is James Bond, Pierce Brosnan, a PSA 9. They don't know. Again, they don't know what they're doing. Like, I have a dozen of these. I took the best one. They don't know what a gem. There are no gem mints of these. I sold one of these for like $75. So like the thought when I sold it was, hey, I can buy these for $1. Great for fun. So it's nice too because I replaced the 9 that I had, but I really thought that was a 10. Again, like centering, but who knows centering, right? Like on these cards that have no borders, who decides centering, right? Like that's a big problem on Simpsons cards. It's like, all right, I see a lot of those cards that are off center and they're like, no, 10. All right, I forgot about that card. Yeah, that was a card I was hoping for a 10, but whatever, it'll go back up for sale. Like same type of thing. Somebody wants to pay me $75 for that card, take it. I'll submit another because I have it was the best one, but there were a bunch that were really good. And I went over those with, again, a lot of these cards. I use magnification. This wasn't just like my normal, fuck it, throw it in there. I tried. Okay, Rick and Morty. I forgot about these. So I have a Rick and a Morty. I have no idea what to expect here. Let's see here. Chenmin 10. All right. I mean, I just yet again have no idea. That's an awesome card. Rick and Morty. I do think that the whole animation sector is, it's a huge part of pop culture, and it's something that's not overly explored. Obviously, this is not that old. It's 6 years old, but yet again, try to find this card. This isn't one where I'm going to be like, oh, you can't get a 10. I think it's a Rick and Morty foil. Yeah. The foil character cards. So yeah, I mean, I have the Rick and the Morty. Again, super happy to get a 10. But like, again, not knowing what the hell a foil will get. If you had told me that by the way, I've also figured out a new way to know what I'm going to get. Like I'm trying to scroll like slowly. You guys can't see it, but when the image comes up, like I can tell by the size of it. I'm actually going to cover it up now, so I can't know what it's going to be because I can like see the image and like kind of guess what all right. So this is going to be the Rick. or the Morty. So this is like but this is good in a sense that so the Morty got an 8, right? But I'd rather get 110 and 1/8 than 2 9s, right? Like that's the way that I feel. It's weird. It looks like there's a lot of space in there, but what are you gonna do? Like I said, rather have 110 and 1/8 than 2 9s. Cool, whatever. I would assume that you'd rather have Rick in a 10 than Morty, but I think I bought a lot of a lot of that from that set. I don't even know anything about it. I mean, I know about it, but like there's so many of these chase cards in there that I don't know if they're valuable or not. So Rick and Morty. All right. Oh, Breaking Bad. I already saw it's a 9, right? Yeah, this is Heisenberg. This is this is debatably the better Walter White card because there's a Walter White card and then there's this Heisenberg. I really was hoping for a 10 and 9's a solid card. These are 20 raw. So, and that's around what I paid for it. Nice to have added to the collection. I have another one. Yeah, like again, this is overall what I expected, this type of thing. Like, okay, I think pretty much a lot of stuff, you know, I had a target and it was, I expected a spread of kind of like this is something where I'm like, okay, could 10. I think, at least they'll get a 9 and 8 would be surprising. So if this has got a 6, I would have been surprised. But again, fine. That'll go up for sale. If it sells, great. But, that's the type of thing that usually sells over time. And I have another raw one, and that's the way we'll roll here. All right, so I got to put my hand over this so I don't. Okay, so all right. It's funny because I saw it already. All right. Well, I mean, listen, what am I going to tell you here? Is like, I'm getting like all these cards that like, yeah, you can find, but here's a Daenerys rookie card, PSA 10. There's one up for auction right now if anyone wants to buy one, because I think it's going to go cheap because Game of Thrones is a disaster for eBay searches. But again, Daenerys rookie PSA 10. This was a limited print run in a sense that they only made 8,500 boxes. So yeah, I mean, it's not like the foils, which there are 1,000 of. There are more of these, but it's PSA 10. Sean's busy. Sean, yeah. It's like I needed Sean here to hold my hand. We'll just do this one more time. Remember, this entire stream is dedicated to Will from WQ Customs for this wonderful card that is the funny again. I'm just taking a break for a second. He's like, hey, he was basically like, you can keep it or we can trade it or whatever. He's like, you should have this card, and a few other things he mentioned in his letter, and I'm like, absolutely. But I'm like, as we're talking about the options, like if we grade it or whatever, I'm like, I'm never leaving this card. I'm like, whatever you want, just name your price. Basically I said, it's like you whatever you want, and we came up to a very reasonable solution for it. And I have one of the things that he's gonna get right here. If I can show it, I don't know if you guys will care or see it, but this is a PSA 10 Embrace the Dark Side Empire Strikes Back card. So that's one of the things he's going to get. One of my favorite Empire Strikes Back. It's like one of the most iconic moments in the movies, and happy to. He's a huge Star Wars collector, mainly 77, but. He's cherry picking the Empire set, and I know that's a card he wants, and it's one of my favorites. So I'm happy to part with it to get my hands on that Cassian number 24. All right, so we got a Jon Snow right after this. So these both came out of the same set. So who the hell knows? Jon Snow, what are you gonna do for me? 10, Jon Snow. All right, so I probably hit my gem rate, but like I don't want to say in the worst possible way. I bought this set for $30, and then I graded both of these, so I'm into these two for $60. Again, if I auction them, who knows what you get for them? But if I sell them, I have one up for sale for like 500 or 600 of both, but you know, if I wanted to sell it, I could. I mean, I'm gonna put a number on them next week. God damn it! I'm sorry, Sam's. I keep doing it. All right, yeah, I'll just leave this here. I'll just leave it like this. So there, yeah, there's the Jon Snow base 10. It's not the foil. Cool, right? Like, cool. Goddamn fucking Marvel cards. The Rogue One cards have to be now. I don't know what, like the Tony Stark might be now. And like I said, that's one where I'm just not expecting anything. Let's see here. This is the Tony Stark card. What do you guys think? I'm thinking 6, 9. I don't know what I'm doing. I did the wrong thing though. I wish I could do this for you guys for every card, man. Like, so this is a thick card, and it had some wear. This is like fully authenticated. Like this is the jacket he's wearing in the picture. This was worn by Robert Downey. This is 2008 Iron Man. Not an easy card to find. Man, did I just figure this out like after all this time? If I hit this button, yeah, I figured it out after all this time. If I just hit this, right? Oh God, I'm a fucking idiot. That's funny that oh shit. I just revealed there just some reveals. So that's the problem here is that then you do that and you go back and you're accidentally revealing these cards this way. All right. So that Tony Stark, it's nice, right? Like it's a really cool card. Not put it out there for $1 million. I don't really care. They're hard. You can find the stuff. It's not really graded. I think it's a great way to own a piece of the early Marvel stuff. Wow, the fact that graded better than those Ryan Reynolds cards is like shocking. Like those are the ones I'm just not going to get over. So I think there's a Fennec Shand rookie coming up here, which probably is it's bronze out of 50. I didn't see the grade. I'm not sure if that's the next one or not. No, this is a gold out of 10 solo Lando card. The sophisticated Lando Calrissian got a 9. I didn't know. Oh wait, didn't we just realize this? So we can do this. I didn't know what this would get. I mean, it's out of 10. So these are kind of impossible to find. Obviously, there are only 10 of them. There is a 101, but yeah, cool, right? Like, okay, cool. I've learned that I have to scroll to the top. All right, we're almost done here, but that's a cool card. I mean, I think that is that the one I got from? No, I got that one on eBay. I got the out of 25 from Australia. It's another cool Lando card. I have a little Glover collection going. Finding numbered 2018 Donald Glover Lando cards is hard. So yeah, I mean that card it'll be listed, but it'll be expensive and nobody will pay me for it. But you never know. Only takes one. Okay, this has got to be the Fennec then. All right. So I'm not going to look at that side. So it is Mandalorian. Oh, I see the grade. So this is a bummer here. So this is Fennec Shand. This is her rookie card. It looks, I didn't really think it was tipped like this, like it looks here. You know, you can bellyache all you want, but like you can't imagine they're perfect. Like it wasn't tipped like this. So I have a Bill Burr, the whatever is Mayfield, and I didn't send it in because it looks like this. I thought this would get a 9 or a 10. It got an 8. Is what it is. It's a loss. Maybe I don't know. It's another one of those cards that you file in the find one category because they're really hard to find, and these don't hold up well. They don't hold up well. They really don't. But yeah, I thought this was in way better condition than the Grogu. But if you offered me this in a 9, the Grogu in a 7, I'd take both in 8s. So that's the mentality overall that I'm trying to take. All right, we have to be getting to Rogue One now. Have to be, right? Okay. Oh, this is a popcorn special here. Oh, I matched popcorn. This is popcorn. You owe me $15 because I only graded this because popcorn was trying to sell one of these for like $8,000. I got a 6. Now this was perfect. You can this went in per I this is another one. File this in the category of they don't know how to grade this card because they've never seen them. They don't know what they should look like. But yeah, this is shame on me for grading this. I would never grade another one of these. But fine, it's Cassian Andor. They didn't even put whatever. It's limited edition. This is the English one. I think Peter sent me one of these. I don't know. I ended up buying a few of them, but I definitely sent the best one, and I have 4. So sure, whatever. That's one where I take the 6 on the chin because I didn't think it was going to get. I had no idea, and I wasn't planning on selling it kind of no matter what. But I bought it. I graded it because popcorn wanted. I don't even know. His might have been higher than that. He might have had an 8, but who knows? Whatever. Fuck it. Yeah. Certainly one of these, I get what I deserve. That's one where, yes. All right. Oh, we're doing this again. Oh, this is a fucking Guardians. I graded a Guardians of the Galaxy card. What the hell is wrong with me? What the hell's wrong with me? All right, so this is, I think, Rocket, and I graded, it's a Rocket, I think, out of 99, and I graded it because Rocket, the third Guardians of the Galaxy, is kind of a dog movie, and Rocket is the dog. And I got this cheap, and it got an 8. I mean, I thought this would get a 10. It's the same type of shit, right? Like this one seems to have a little bit like, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I had a lot of issues with PSA in years past where they, the way they take the cards out, and maybe it's the way I'm packaging them, but like I really feel like I'm telling you, I took this was magnifier. Like I can't tell on here because it looks like tipping. Like that certainly does. But I wouldn't have sent it in. I would not have sent it in. I'm telling you, I took a magnifying glass to almost every one of these cards. Certainly a card that's borderline like this, I would not have sent. So like that's a loss, but at least it's not a 7 or a 6. Like I'm kind of expecting on every Marvel card at this point. All right. What's up? I mean, when are the Rogue One? I mean, there are only like 5 Rogue Ones, but like, I mean, that's where I was like, hey, can you throw me a bone on a Rogue One? All right, we got an Ahsoka here. It's a 9. Yeah, this is I'm 100% gonna sell. So this is Ahsoka foil out of 205. Memories of Tatooine. I was hoping to get a 10, then I could hold it over JB's head and try to force a trade. It looked really good. I'll have to see these cards when they come back because like this looks like it has edgeware. It did not have any edgeware. I'm not saying they did anything. I'm just saying like, down here it does look like it has edgeware. But again, 9, not super unhappy with that. That's up for sale. I don't care what the fuck I get for it. I don't care about that card at all. I don't care about that set anymore. So, all right. I mean, the Ahsoka number 3 out of 205 is still a motherfucker of a card, a monster card. All right. That would have been a cool 10 just to throw in there, but save it for the Rogue One. Any of those Rogue Ones going to come back 10s? All right. We got a Rogue One Jin undercover, and I think I saw the grade. So this is a card I really like. So come on, be the one. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Oh, I just did the stupid thing again where I can just do this, right? Yeah, that's like the cover art. PSA 10. This is one of my favorite Jin cards. Like one of my favorite. I mean, if you thought I was asking a lot of money for my Jin Rebel Hero, this is whatever. 5. I mean, I'm nobody's. Peter, I think you have one of these, right? If you don't have one, I'll trade you, right? Like if you have a 9, if you have a 10, and I have a 9, if you have a 9 and I have a 10, I'll trade you. In general, that's like I with this stuff, I really don't. I mean, I'm not excited about getting a 10, obviously. But I like how there was like a way to rotate it. No, okay. So now if I rotate it, can I see? I can't tell the number. But yeah, cool. Like that's one of my favorite cards. Yes, it's I have a 10. I'm pretty sure these are worth 15,000 each. Yeah, I think you're being low. I mean, we have the whole market, right? So if neither of us agreed to sell one for less than $15,000 and somebody had to buy one to save their child, they're worth $15,000. I think that's how it works. That's definitely the math. So I'm happy to get at least one of these in a PSA 10. I love this card. There's another one like this. I think I might have it in here of Jin, but cool. Okay, so here we go. All right, I'm going to try not to I'm trying not to look. So I give you guys. All right, so this is some sort of Cassian. This is going to be series 2. It's a 9. I keep forgetting I can do this. So this is Cassian Returns. I have, again, that was not there. I mean, it's not there. I have 4 of these. So I sent the best one in. This might be the only one graded. Certain ones of these, like, I'm willing, like, this will get listed, not because I'm like, oh, you collect Cassian. Why are you selling Cassian? I have 3 other ones, right? Like, so I picked the best one that I was like, oh, okay, maybe I could get some money back and buy more Cassians. Or maybe I'll just give it to Will. But yeah, again, let's see. I never have any good numbers on these. I never get like I mean, my Krennic is 50 out of 50, but I looked at all. Peter's asking, I would have thought you've taken pictures of these cards before sent them in. You're probably right. I mean, I got so fed up with it. Like I overturned my whole office to decide what the hell I was gonna send in, and I definitely looked at the at the scans when they brought them in, and the scans didn't show the shit either. So, and I know they're not nearly as high res, but whatever. Again, this getting a 9 is not like shocking. We've been through the shocking portion of this. I'm telling you, we've been through the shocking portion of it, because what's left, I believe, is Rogue One and the Batman stuff. And the Batman stuff, if you gave me 3s, I can't argue with it, because I just didn't know. Whereas the other stuff, I know well enough to know that it should not have gone like that. Okay. All right. What do we got here? I got to hold my hand up. All right. We got Rogue One Series 2 under Imperial Rule. It's another one I thought was in really good shape. So how do we do? 10. There you go. Big boy. Big boy. Big boy. I mean, big boy. Under Imperial Rule. And it's the Omega. There you go. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Go find one of these. Man, that looks good. Doesn't that look good? But you see, there is no... It looks like there's a little tipping there, but whatever. It's a little tipping there. Again, this is all fake. They're all full of shit. Like, I'm not changing my opinion that clearly I will never send any Marvel cards to get graded there anymore, right? Like, we've established that. I'm not sending any Marvel cards to get graded there. I'm not. Like, that was the biggest part of this that was a waste. Unfortunately, it was like 20 cards that I had a lot of high hopes for, and I've spent a lot of money accumulating. But this is my favorite set in the world, the Rogue One Gold set, Series 1, Series 2. Hit 2 10s. That was a lot of fun. All right, let's see. I only think I have like 2 or 3 more of these. All right, what's next? All right, Taking on the Empire. One of my favorite cards. One of my favorite cards. Come on. Yeah. Oh, this is not what I thought it was, but boy, I'm a fucking idiot. So this is the other Jin card, taking on the Empire. I was thinking this is a Rebellion United. So I mean, these are all monsters. Monsters like this. Like go look at the set. Like I don't have Peter's the only person I know that owns a Jin Gold, the character card. But of the other cards, this is the Rebel Hero card, which is a very nice card. But this is the movie poster. This is the, if you look at the box art on the on the hobby boxes and stuff, this is the box art, and this is just awesome. Like that's I have no idea what the number is, but it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah. I mean, these are cards that are not leaving my. We talked about earlier, right? Of like, what would I pay for this card if it were up for sale, if it were up for auction or whatever, and what do I have into this card? This particular card, I have zero into because I bought the first set I ever bought. I bought for the Cassian, so I look at every card in that set that I bought as being free. So like this is $15, and would I pay $200 for a PSA 10 of this? Yeah, I would. So like I'm inching my way back into out from Oblivion. Like PSA knows how to bring you back. They're like, just don't fucking submit Marvel cards, you idiot. All right. I think there are 2 or 3 more Rogue Ones. All right, let's see. Here we go. I mean, I feel like I've run my luck on Rogue One here. Like I'm cool at this point, but whatever. All right, who's next? Bodhi Rook. PSA 10. I mean, cool. Like, I mean, I saw somebody else in our chat like just recently got a Bodhi Rook PSA 10. So I've exceeded my 10 level, but like it's all in modern cards. Like, cool. A guy like Bodhi. Bodhi's not like the biggest character in it. Bodhi could be in Rogue One. I mean, in Andor season 2, we don't know. He's certainly a character that could have life in the future, but yeah, I just bought another one of these. So, yeah, I know somebody who's going to be happy about that. Cool. There's another, I think there's only one more character card here, and I really was hoping that would be a 10. By the way, this looks tipped here. Just saying. Like, I'll take the 10, but like, you could tell me that was an 8, folks. But Bodhi Rook, PSA 10. Gold. What's the number? I know you guys don't care. 8. I do care about 8. 12-8. All right. Let's see. So the next one I know what's going to be, and I want, like, that was the card I really wanted a better grade on, but hey, man, beggars can't be choosers. Look at that. I'm just like fucking rolling through the Rogue One here. All right. This should be Mon Mothma. And it's a 9. All right. What are you going to do? This is the card I wanted the 10 in. I know a little Korean fellow who's going to be happy because he's going to get a PSA 8 Mon Mothma. I don't know if he's a little fella, but a Korean fella. All right, so again, nice. I bought this card for $10 and graded it. Same thing with the Bodhi. I actually bought the Bodhi and this card for, I think, either 10 for the both or 20 for the both. I don't remember. I think it was 10 for both. So I think I paid $5 for each. So whatever. I'm into 40 for both cards, and with grading. Again, go try to find one of these cards. You don't believe me. All right. But yeah, that I would have liked that in a 10 more than Bodhi, but whatever. I mean, Bodhi's more Rogue One, but I think this should be a Rebellion United. And this is another one that I would have really liked in a 10. I think. It is. No, it's Galen Erso. Oh, yeah. I forgot I sent in Galen Erso. That would be a 10 on Galen Erso as well, the leader of Project Stardust. I'm just fucking cleaning them up here. Peter, I don't even know if you graded one of these, right? I have another one of these. I have a Galen Erso, a second Galen Erso. This is just what I like to collect. It's fun, like, to tell yourself that these are worth money. People would actually have to pay money to get them. There's a tip right there, whatever. Sure. Whatever you say, PSA. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with the Marvel cards. I mean, I'm just the Black Widow. If they'd given me 9s and 10s if I just wanted like if they could have just given me a 10 on one of those Black Widows, and I would have taken everything else. Those Black Widows are amazing cards. It's one of the few cards that I bought, and I waited for a long time, and I bought it, and it lived up to the hype so much that I bought a second one. I love it, and I may end up buying those other sets because that just can't stand. I am going to send them to CGC. All right, hold on. All right, let me just see something. Oh, Sean said 30 minutes. I think Sean just got tied up at work. All right. There we go. All right. So I think this. I mean, Tom, I didn't do well. I mean, I didn't do doing. I mean, it's like a movie, right? A good movie, like a movie's always about like how you leave it feeling, right? If the beginning of the movie is shitty, but the end is really good, you'll think it's a good movie. The beginning of this was a disaster. And these are also cards that are not really dying to sell. Like the Galen Oso will go up for sale. I don't know if anybody wants it, whatever. And maybe I can just get my money back on this. But what I didn't do out of this was I did not hit the expectations. But in the end, right? If you told me I was going to do this on Rogue One and then get dicked on the Ryan Reynolds cards, which is really one of the things that sticks in my craw, I'd be okay with it. All right, let's do a Rebellion United. I think that's the next one. And we hit a 10 on that too. All right. So yeah. All right. PSA. Maybe there might be a time I would submit again. That's a card. That's a fucking card. Like I mean, I almost like need to like do the thing so you can see the whole card. Oh, that is a fucking card. So this is the whole cast. This is the only card where you get the whole cast. Well, the big four. Actually, I didn't even realize Bodhi's in here. So you have Chirrut, Baze, Jin, Cassian, Bodhi. I don't see any Bistan in there. You always like to have Bistan work into the situation. Peter, we can always work it out. We can always work it out, man. Like I love this card. I love this card, but you've been so good to me that if it needs to find a home in your set, you can definitely do that. But I love this card. I did amazing on the Rogue Ones. 20 out of 50. But yeah, so let me just zoom in so it doesn't screw it up when I go back. But yeah, that's yeah, they all died heroes. They lived now. Speaking of that, I think that's where we're going now. So now I'm not gonna lose my mind. I promise you, I'm not gonna lose my mind. Whatever. I was just with Peter, just whatever you want. Like, again, you've been so incredibly gracious to me. I mean, I mentioned the Jin and the Cassian Grays I have are from Peter. Like, I never would have those cards without him. He literally gifted them to me. He didn't even sell them to me or anything like that. It came in the mail. Like, it's part of the reason why I came on tonight, like for people like Peter and Will, because, it's just not because of that, but it's because of the fun of the hobby. And like, I know my crazy ass is entertaining to you guys. Like that is part of this. Is like, this is the only, I might do another submission now. Like, you've seen me flip flop from the beginning of this. I'm like, okay, we're not sending in Marvel cards. Right? We know that. No more Marvel cards, but other cards, maybe, right? Like maybe. So let's see how we end this up. This is like, I'm telling you from here on out, I'm expecting garbage, right? If we hit, I have 4 in a row of the biggest Dark Knight card. Tom, I don't know about different graders. I think I literally think that most of the cards that I got poor grades on are a specific type of card that it's almost like they have like a pattern foil, like it's etched in there. And I think that, if you don't take into account how the card is made, I think that the person who looked at these cards would never see a 10 of those cards, right? Like it's just it's somewhat like the 80s or the 90s basketball inserts where, okay, these just don't grade high, or I don't know. But if we're into Batman, God bless us, I'm okay with it. Whatever happens with Batman. Okay, so that is Batman, and we got an 8. All right, so I'll show this card off. So this is Heath Ledger Joker. This is a foil card. Batman. It's one of the cards that like it's from Playground Maniacs 2008. They're stickers. They went in an album. The reason that I thought that this schmutz on there over his eye here, like I don't know what the hell that is. These are pretty hard to find. First, you have to know they exist, which is tough, and it's part of my thing here is that I don't think people know these exist. I bought a box from Australia. I think I had like 6 or 8 of these. I graded a couple with SGC. I don't think I ever got higher than an 8. Somebody does have a 10 in this, but when I got these cards, they were all bowed, and like I put them and I tried to flatten them, so that's part of the reason that I just didn't know. But an 8, I suspect, sells for like $100. But I don't really know. And we'll see, right? I sent 4 of the same card. And if you had told me I did, the highest card I got was an 8, I wouldn't be surprised. If you told me I didn't get an 8, I wouldn't be surprised. But if you told me I got a 10, I wouldn't be surprised because I just don't know. So let's roll the next one. All right, what do we got here? We got a 9. Okay. All right. So like, this is so fucking exasperating, right? Like, I mean, the sad part about this, you really can't see the beauty of this card because it's foil. You kind of need to like wiggle it to see what it is. But there's only 110, and the 9s go for a few $100. So, this could save the order, right? Like if I hit a 10 here, I hit a 10 here, it saves the whole order. Like there's just no chance that I do. But like I said, if you swap the grades that I got on the marbles for these, I would not be surprised, right? Like that's what I thought was going to happen here because the surface, there's just a million things going on with these that I just didn't think you could get high grades on. By the way, I think maybe they have enough of these to like, figure it out with the AI. So, all right, what do we got again? That PSA will get you there. There you go. There's a nice 4. I don't know. Like that. This is how we're doing, right? Like, but again, this is the idea, right? Like, I'd rather get an 8, a 9, and a 4 than 3 7s, right? Because it adds up to the same 21 divided by 3 all day. Because I'll probably give this away or crack it or something like this. I couldn't tell you. By the way, I do have more of these. So like these were the pick of the litter, and I, clearly can't tell a 4 from a 9, or I wouldn't have sent it in. But all right, let's go to the last one I have 4 of these, and then I have just a bunch of the more from this set. All right, what are we gonna do here? And wait, there are only 3 of these. There's supposed to be 4 of these. Interesting. Unless they got out of order. Huh. I'm almost positive I said 4 of these. I could be wrong. I can tell you that whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I really thought I sent 4 of these. I'm fine with 3 of them, especially getting an 8 and a 9. Those are pretty big. Okay, so what's up next? This is another card from this set, and I really don't have any idea. I didn't. Looks like we got an 8. So again, this set is super cool. Really hard to grade an 8. I'm cool with it. Like these are all profitable for me because I'm almost into these for nothing because I probably spent a whole 150 on all these cards minus grading, and then sold $100 or $150 of these already. So like, I mean, you want to claim victories. Like you can't just be you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth, where you've counted this victory, but I don't even know what I'm trying to say. But it looks nice. I couldn't tell you the difference. I mean, this looks weird. These are very flimsy. So like these are definitely the type of thing that I would expect them to damage. But I'm cool. And any of this stuff. All right, let's see. What's the next one up here? Okay. All right. I mean, I'm trying not to look at them, but it's really hard. I mean, this is another awesome. So it's a 9. These are just like, these are just awesome, right? Like this is like, I mean, most people have never seen these. Yeah, Tom, I saw the UK card just doesn't sit right in there. I don't really care. Like that UK card, I don't give a fuck about. I mean, I'm not just dismissing it. It was just like a stupid card that, like, even if got a 10, there are no buyers anyway. It was for me, so a 6 or a 10 doesn't really matter. But yeah, it was bouncing around in there. But yeah, I'm like getting 9s on these. I still would much like these. Trust me, the market for this is tough because there's one guy who's literally his username is like Heath Ledger Batman on eBay, and he has all of them. But he also has a pretty high feeling of what he thinks they're worth. So again, these are, other than the 4, and 9 is a win on all of this. But man, all right, let's see what's next. We're almost done, folks. Sad to say, like it's like I've enjoyed the juice that I get out of this, because I clearly was heated earlier. Okay, we got an 8 here. This one's a little tougher, and I expected this. So another cool looking, but if you can see this here, this is actually, so these are stickers that went in an album. So you actually just took this piece out and put it in the sticker, not the whole thing. So it's kind of die cut. So in a sense, very hard to grade. And just, I did it because iconic Heath Ledger image. There are no, Dark Knight cards. So this is what we get. And yeah, this was definitely a shot. Like this is a shot taking. All right, I think we only have like 1 or 2 cards left. All right, so here we go. A 7. This is another foil one. I mean, this is generally what I expected. I'm surprised they don't mark them foil. This is foil. This is, Tom was talking about being cockeyed in there. This is cockeyed in there. Looks just as good as all the other stickers. Whatever. I mean, this will just go on it'll go up for sale. It'll go on my collection. I have like 8 or 9 of these. So just, we were playing the game. We would have loved to have gotten 110 out of all these, but it just didn't happen. I think we got 1 more and that's it. I think we're going to be done. And it's a 7. Oh, we got 1 more after this. I thought, in all honesty, I thought this one was the one that had the best chance at a high grade. I don't know why it didn't. This is kind of the poster. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to grading or the other. I mean, there looks like a lot of schmutz here. But who knows who put that, me or them. Yeah. I'm glad I'm ending on this note because, like, I don't know what I'm doing, like, when it comes to grading. All right, we'll whip through some of these. All right, so we've got any more? Okay, so they did get it out of order. We got another 8. I mean, I would have been pretty excited about this if I, didn't already have a 9, but like I've got 2 8s and a 9. I'll certainly try to sell the 8. And like, if I could sell the 8 for $100, which may seem crazy to you, but like, they're not super, I'm telling you, they're not super easy to buy. And I don't even know what the hell's going on with the grading. But sure, right? Like, if I would love to sell both the 8s to cover all the grading costs for this whole thing. So I'm not the whole thing, but all the Dark Knight cards. And there's 1 more card on here. I don't know what the hell it is. So it is another Dark Knight, and it is a 9. No, this is the one I thought would get it the highest grade. So again, a 9. Why so serious? The Dark Knight Summer. I mean, I've seen these sell for like, I think I saw this one sell for like $200 in this grade. So yeah, I mean, that's it. That's the last of the last. So that's all 79 cards. We'll go back and we'll just rip through these again. And Jesus fucking Christ. That was something. That was something. I'll tell you, that was not how I thought this was going to go, folks. That was not how I thought this was going to go at all. Jesus Christ. That is not how I thought this was going to go. Yeah, Tom, I mean, I don't, torture's like because Tom was asking how my blood pressure was, and I'm like, man, I told you at the beginning of this, I had a great day. I walked on the beach. My buddy Albert's sleeping underneath me. I talked to my mom and my dad today. They're both alive and healthy. Like, I saw my buddy on the board. Like, man, you just have sometimes you just like, shit's good. Sam, I'm going to go back and count the tens. But yeah, like, this was fun to do, to get worked up about this, but this does not matter at all. You know what was awesome was what Will did today and sent me that card. Not because he sent it to me, but because he had that thought. He sent me like the story of like how he bought it when he was on a plane coming home from a family vacation. Like, just all those little things. And like, I want to be able, like, my way of paying that forward is this couple hours of entertainment. Because I'll tell you, man, trying to watch card content right now is awful. Right. And it's not like, I mean, there are some people whose fault it is that, like, who are just like, trying to squeeze every, piece of juice out of this. And there are other people just not good at making content. I've always said, like, I find me hilarious. So like, I know that's maybe sad on some level, but like, I know there are at least a small group of you that I entertain. And I enjoy doing that. Like, I enjoy the idea that, like, for a few hours you can have this on in the background while you're doing something, or watch it and just forget about stuff for a while. Just have some fun, right? Like, that's why I had the opportunity earlier. Like, I had my phone. I could do that cool thing where you zip and you do the thing and you flip and you look at all the grades. And I did it for the first one. I was like, no, I want to share this with everybody. It's like, it's something I can do. And I don't want to seem benevolent, but like, it's just, that was my thought. It was like, and I hope that, people enjoyed it a little bit. And it is part of the reason I go crazy. So we're going to count the tens real fast, and then we'll go through this a little bit, but we're not going to have to count too many tens at the top, are we? Oh my God. Yeah, we'll look at that. Okay, so we got 1 10, 2 10s, 3 10s, yuck, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That'll do it. So 16, what is that? It's basically 20%, right? It's like 21%. Yeah, I'm gonna trying to get in Stars because I'm priced out of football and losing patience. Yeah, I mean, no, don't talk to me. That's what Tom tries to do, and he asks me questions, and I'm like, no. The answer is like, what's your goal, right? Like, I mean, because I think the markets are all kind of weak, and that if you're trying to like pay for your collecting and stuff, it's hard. You have to just, like, the first thing I tell you, just learn before you buy. Like, learn if you're just trying to collect for yourself, then I think there's tons of stuff to do in Star Wars. I really do. I think that the summer is usually pretty weak on pricing. I mean, football right now you can't buy. Like, I don't really collect sports anymore, but like, the one thing you don't do is like buy now, right? Like, football, you don't buy now because this is when the prices get pumped over the next 60 days. Like, wait till after that. But yeah, advice is to focus on Topps Rogue One from 2016 to 2017. I mean, with Star Wars, it's like, if your goal is to like make money or pay for the hobby, so you got to learn a bit first, and you got to learn what people are buying and they're selling. If it's just about what you want to collect, then you just have to figure out what it is you like and then learn about that. Right? Use the trading card database. Look at it's like anything else. Look at the sales. If again, most people are hybrid collectors. They want to sell and they want to collect. And I think that, like, you just really want to pick your spots. There's so many things are like sports betting. Like, when I sports bet, back in the day, I was a very good sports bettor. Want to know why? Because I only bet every once in a while when I really had a strong feeling, and that made it easier. These days, I bet on everything and I lose because I'm not picking my spots. And I think that that's the key right now is like you have to kind of pick your spots, and you want to rip packs and have fun. Well, here, let me show what he says. I want to rip packs, have fun. I'm sick of having to sell everything because I pull because the hobby box is as much as my mortgage. That okay. So like, you know, I would tell you on Star Wars is that like, listen, anything after 2018 is tough, right? There are some cool Star Wars hobby boxes that you can open and hit some big stuff and whatever. But if you just want to rip packs, the truth is you're probably going to lose. Like it's kind of how the math breaks out. But if you keep your eye open, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Like, but I wouldn't buy ultra modern Star Wars, right? Like, if you want to like mess around, you can buy like Force Awakens hobby boxes. You can get them for like 120 bucks. I'm not telling you you're going to do great. You pull gold gin, you could pull a Carrie Fisher autograph. Like, there's some things out there that you can do that like won't break the bank. And yeah, you're probably going to lose, but you're not like going to get murdered like you do in football. And there are some smart moves, but don't buy the new stuff that comes out. That's my number one piece of advice is don't touch anything when it first comes out. Like go backwards, like you go backwards. And, you know, there are some things that you can do that like, you know, Rogue One mission briefing, which I can get a hobby box for probably around 120 bucks. There are Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher autos in there. Are you going to hit them? No. You know, and if you don't hit something like that, are you going to lose? Sure. Like again, it just has to be what you care about. And remember, the market changes. Like I'm looking at all this stuff that I just graded, and you know, a year ago, people would have been jumping out of their seats for some of the stuff, and now they could care less. So markets change, and I think that. But as far as ripping, sure, man, there's a lot of stuff you can do in non-sports that you know, there are definitely some shots like, and certainly, you know, there are boxes that have higher floors and I mean higher floors and higher and good ceilings, right? But you can't really go willy-nilly, and don't be buying on Whatnot and don't be buying on Fanatics Live. Please don't, right? There are a couple Whatnot streamers I'd recommend that are pretty good. But like, man, it's just ripping is gambling. Like you just watch me do grading, and this is my version of ripping, right? Like this is because I'm not very lucky when I rip, and I'm way better at buying singles. So that's kind of what I do. And then I gamble with the grading. Like you're looking at a couple hobby boxes I just spent here, but I knew I wasn't going to get that killed, even though I'm going to set these fuckers on fire. But yeah, fuck Whatnot. Yeah. And Fanatics Live is worth. So I worse, but so that's my opinion is that like, there are some good stuff that you can buy out there that won't kill you. Like you can get a box of, even if you wanted to get modern stuff, 2023 Chrome. It's not good, but it's 80 bucks a hobby box, right? Like you can do a rip. There's some stuff in there, like the Mandalorian season 1 hobby boxes or season 2. They're, you know, 200, 100, and they have some high stuff. I'm not telling you to buy them. I'm just saying like there's some stuff there, right? Like, but like you look at like Rogue One, you know, those are hobby boxes are like impossible to find, season 1 or season 2. You know, so this right here, this Topps Chrome, you can buy a box for like around 100 bucks, man. That has a kind of a lower floor, but the ceiling is crazy in that one. You have all the big people in autos. You have out of 10 cards. It's just what do you like? Like a lot of people don't like the sequel trilogy. I'm not a huge guy on that, but yeah, there's some stuff to do there. You're a sucker for color and refractors. That's part of your problem. Listen, there are some, I like numbered cards. Chrome and Finest. Yeah. I mean, you know, listen, I really enjoy 2023 Finest, but it like overall, you're probably going to lose. I really think that is like Beskar Chrome, if you can find it, is decent, right? Like if you can get like kind of stuff around $80, you'll do okay. But like, if you want to throw $120 at like a box of like a hobby box of finest, if that's not going to kill you, it's okay. I mean, it's okay. But like I buy gold, out of 50s, out of finest, I get them for $8, man. Like, so what people think are hits out of those things, I end up buying for like just a fraction. So I'm not a big thing. So I'm gonna rehash this. So we can start with the go fuck yourself PSA. You don't know how to grade these foil cards. A 6 and a 7 and a 6 and a 6. I love these cards. They're beautiful cards. They don't deserve these grades. I mean, at the very least, they deserve another chance, and they're going to get regraded. Going 9 for 9 on these 3 grays. 2 gifts from Peter here. These are the 2 most important. These are all 3 of these rookie cards. They're out of 100. I have never seen this card for sale. I have never seen this card for sale. I've seen the Jin for sale. They went for 400 or 500. I have never seen this for sale. And if it weren't for Peter gifting it to me, I would not own one. And it will go with the collection I have, other than the 101 orange or red or whatever it is. I've got the black, the blue, the green, the base, I think that's kind of all blue, green, black, and then there's gray, gold, and base. And I've got all of them in PSA, and I'd love to kind of display those out. This Frodo PSA 7, whatever. I mean, it just was like on top of this pattern. Like, I really don't think they know how to grade these foils, and I am going to try somewhere else. This is a gorgeous card. This card's out of 10. This might be it does look a little whatever here. I mean, I took it. This one, I will tell you, I don't know how. This was in a one touch, and I just was like, fuck it, I'll just grade it. Yeah, I mean, on this stuff, I just don't know. Like, no, there isn't a lot of this stuff graded. All right, let me see here. Invite, copy. Let me send Sean an invite. All right, if Sean wants to come in. All right, I sent Sean an invite. If anybody is wondering why I didn't invite anybody else, Sean. So Sean's here, and he's asking me how the return went. Well, Sean, I led off with a bunch of 6s and 7s. I got all my wonderful Marvel cards, basically all got 6s and 7s. We got a 9 on this. Okay. I sent you an invite if you want to hop in. I'm about to recap. I hit 20% gems. There's a couple cards in here you might want to see. I can tell you that much. I'll show you in a second. So this Pulsar out of 9, I'm disappointed in this. These are the ones that like just are going to eat at me, because not only did I get a 6, 7, and 8, my buddy Dan, we bought him from the same person, and he got a 9, 5, and 2 10s from CGC. So just take that for what it's worth. This is crazy. I'm not going to get it. The Affleck 10, like the Mallrats, like I got the Stan Lee 10 is like, again, these are pretty big. I mean, I'm going to try to move one of this Affleck because I have both of them, and we'll see. This is disappointing on the Wolverine and Magneto. Just start with the R. I mean, the Wolverine. I don't even care. Jay and Silent Bob PSA 10. I mean, come on, man. That's just a cool card. Like, just kind of like if you're a person of a certain age, that's just I'm telling you, these cards are very low pop, and they are very appreciated by a certain group of people. The Sebastian Stan, like all these the 8s, the 7s. So like I'll keep the 8. I'll crack the 7s. I'm gonna regrade some of these just to see if I'm not gonna regrade all of them. I'm not that much of a glutton for punishment. But Mallrats is love all that stuff. Like, I mean, that's like you were talking about how you get non-sports is about exploring the stuff that you like, right? Like there's clerk sets, there's all sorts of sets, and like they don't all break the bank, and that sometimes you can just no, these are all red. This red. So like, yeah, I mean, if Sean, I don't know if Sean's still watching, but I got a Stewie Griffin PSA 10. Gotta like that. Stewie Griffin PSA 10. I don't. Is there a way? Let's see here. So there's no, isn't, I thought there was a way to look at like I guess this is after they go in the pop report where you can look into that. Peter Griffin 9, that'll go up for sale. Sean, I got the Ezra that you sent me got a PSA 5, sir. So thanks for the gift of the PSA 5 Ezra. But on the Rebels, I got a Hera foil PSA 9, and the Chopper, which was my card I pulled, got a Gem Mint 10 on the Chop. Yeah, that's some fun stuff there yeah. I mean, this I'm now on the other screen looking at the pop report, partially because I don't like to open the tabs and let you guys see that, like, all the porn things. Like, they show you every tab that like you try to open. 2015 Star Wars Rebels. I'm just curious. I'm pretty sure there is another Chopper 10. God, the dog is snoring underneath here. Let's see here. Wait, can I move this into here? Okay, there we go. All right, so here's the pop report. Ezra Rainbow Foil. This is only going to be the second one graded. It's going to go in that category over here. Sabine, only one. Chopper. No! Oh, yes, there is one. I was like, oh, because I saw the non-foil. I was like, oh, I got the first 10. Nope. But I got the second 10. Hera, I got, all of them got 10s except for me and one other dude. So, and again, if wherever Sean is, Sean, on the Her Name is Sabine card, I did get the rainbow foil 10, sir. So I don't think anybody has graded those. What number is that? 56. Nobody has graded. There is a base 10, but certainly not a foil 10. A rainbow foil 10 is all my. Oh, wait, Sean's here. There he is. I didn't realize you were here.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on now.
Okay.
Now I can do this. Oh, were you hearing all the stuff I was saying about the Rebels cards?
I just heard. So Her Name is Sabine. You got a 10?
I did, but look at this. Look at this bastard here.
I told you it was shit.
I didn't think it was a 5, Sean. I didn't think it was a 5. So,
I told you it wasn't good when I got it.
No, I mean, listen, I didn't. It wasn't. Again, trust me, this order was a fucking disaster at the beginning. All the Marvel cards got 7s and 6s. Like my two Black Widows got a 6 and a 7. That's how this order led up.
The ones out of 10?
No, the red ones, the out of 99 ones, the ones that I love. Yeah. So that's how we started. All those Marvel cards from Winter Soldier and all that, they all got murdered. My out of 10 Black Widow got a 7. So like,
really?
Yeah, it was a massacre. But I got a Stewie PSA 10.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I got 20 10s. So
how many cards overall?
79.
How many 10s?
20.
Oh.
No, that's not true. No, 16. 16. No,
well,
I take it
for
back.
what you submitted, that's probably not horrible, right?
No, it would have been fine if I got 8s and 9s on the Marvel shit. The Marvel shit was a disaster. Just like I'm telling you, like this, and I sent in 3 Deadpool Ryan Reynolds cards. They got a 6, 7, and an 8. And Dan bought them from a same guy, and got a 9, 5, and 2 10s. So,
well, you should have bought them before him.
Who the hell knows? But here's one for you.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
that's the one you pulled, right?
Yeah. So I was secretly hoping that Chopper would get a 10, and then Her Name is Sabine got a 10.
We're gonna have to make some deals.
We'll just whatever. I was just gonna say you beat me to it. I was like, you can have that or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
We're gonna have to make some deal. I did submit Chopper and like I don't know 5 fucking her name or Sabine cards or whatever. So
Yeah, I also got this 9 here. Jay, what's up, Jay? Jay, another one of those wonderful people that I like to entertain. Not I like to entertain you all, but like Jay is Jay, if Jay is still watching, let's see if I can put it up here. This is Jay sent me. Oh, sorry, I had it upside down. Like Jay sent me this bulldog card. This doesn't mean people should send me shit. It's just people that do remind me that there are nice people in the world that my little thing is that I can entertain because I'm a clown. Yeah, I'll whip through this, Sean. So here, Ian Malcolm got a 9, but here's the pattern foil. Oh no, this is the other one. They all got 7s and 8s. My Grogu out of 99 got an 8, which I'm fine with. Daenerys, the gold got a 9, which I was surprised about.
really,
or not surprised, but it's just weird shit. The Lando got a
10 or did you expect low?
No, I just didn't know, right? Like, yeah, I graded the gold, like the icon golds. The Padme got a 6. I mean,
my icon shit looks like horrible. So,
well, but like, I think that's kind of the point. It's like, do any of them? Like, I think they look like that out of the box. So, and then
6 is probably good, like because like on those, like that's the whole thing. Like here, the thing about non-sports is the fact that like half of the shit doesn't look great out of the box, especially from a certain era. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got a 10 on this Rick Grimes. I was shocked. I mean, I got a 6 on the first one I sent in, and I was like, okay, what's this thing worth? It was like the paper cards did really well, and anything else like probably needed to go to Frosty, but like the mall got an 8, right? Like I just didn't know what.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I mean, those aren't the cards that like I knew those were gambling. Like I had no idea, but all the Marvel cards were just like I'm telling you, it was like just a disaster.
How many icons? How many icon cards did you send?
Just 2, just Padme and
okay.
Maul. I mean, I thought those were the best. Like I thought Maul was the most important, and Padme was probably the most valuable. So like,
did you send any of the Bluebell?
No. The way they're cut, I just couldn't. And yeah, maybe
They're shit as well. They're shit as well. So I mean,
yeah, but they're the nicest Phantom Menace cards there are, though. That's the hard part.
I agree. That's all the thing. We love them, but like they're fucking shit. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's cool. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm cool to have that. Like, the Poe got an 8, which I thought would get. Like, I thought these would get higher. But whatever. Like that. The real issue here was the Marvel cards were like seriously setting. Like, I submitted 20 cards that I'm just cracking. Like flat out like cracking. Like Walter White. I mean, stuff. I did get I got a nice Rick Sanchez PSA 10.
Hey, that looks good.
Yeah. I mean, and
that's not a foil.
It is good. A foil. I don't know why. Okay. They're all foil. Like they're all like you just can't. I don't think they mark them foil, but all the characters are foil.
I was just gonna say that looks like a foil and it looks great.
Yeah, I mean they're beautiful card, but like the Morty got an 8, but like my thought was there is like, hey, I'd rather get a 10 and an 8 than 2 9s. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah. So like I'm cool with it. A lot of stuff like
what's the pop on a 10?
No idea. I think they probably grade pretty easily. If I had to guess. I don't know. I really those are cards that they're not easy to find. Like I'm not saying they're impossible, but like I had to hunt for a while to get those. And, when I finally did, so like, I mean, I didn't have a lot into them because it was the type of thing where, people who had them didn't really think they were worth anything. I don't know. I'm trying to find Rick and Morty here.
Well, I mean, that's non-sports in general from what I've seen lately, especially. So, I mean, no one cares about anything that's even a foil. No one cares about unless if it's numbered, low numbered, or it's like auto, no one cares.
It seems like these Rick and Morty are pretty like basically 9s and 10s. So the Rick Pop is 8. I mean, again, not. Although I'm going to have, I like to keep it up to have the lowest possible grade of something.
Yeah.
Other people go for the highest, not me.
But there's only 18 graded. Like that's the fuck thing. Like 18.
Yeah. I mean, again, there are not a lot of them out there. I mean, I got this Heisenberg, which again, 9s, they're respectable. I graded Daenerys and Jon Snow base. They both came back 10s. So like,
oh, nice. I didn't see that.
I mean,
that's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, again, I have one of each of them already. So like, House Dragon's coming up. Anybody looking to buy themselves a Jon Snow or Daenerys Targaryen? I'm your guy right now.
Did you see Matt Smith who was saying he could take Jon Snow?
Yeah.
I mean, his dragon's bigger, so I mean, can't deny it. I mean,
appreciate it, Cam. Appreciate it. This was another like absolute head scratcher.
Oh wow!
On the Tony Stark.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I just like, but again, like, how does that thick ass card get a 9, and every foil Marvel card get? I got to look that up now because By the way, all the foil Marvel cards are at the beginning. So if you go back and watch this show from the beginning, you'll see me lose my fucking mind.
Really?
Because well, they were all at the beginning, and I'm telling you, the Ryan Reynolds cards were the ones that made me absolutely.
Oh, how did you do on Ryan Reynolds?
No, I got a 6, 7, and an 8 on the Ryan Reynolds. Oh, yeah, that's where I was like, all right, I give up. But then everything got better. I'll show. I'm gonna rip through it again. I'm just trying to see the Iron Man.
Sorry, I know you've hashed through this. I don't
know. No. Well, I did it kind of. I have not really done a recap. Like I did it, and you kind of showed up just after I finished it. So here, where's his jacket? All right, Tony Stark jacket. Oh, there are 2 other 9s. Just random shit.
Hey, look at you, highest. Look at that.
Yeah, I've got the highest known. Yeah. And Robert Downey Jr. wore that. So theoretically, we could clone Tony Stark from that. Lando Gold, the out of 10, got a 9. This Fennec, I was surprised, got an 8. Again, if you want it. Oh, you remember this card, right?
Oh, fuck me. How many of them did you submit?
I just submitted 1 just because I was like, fuck you, popcorn. I'll outgrade you. Clearly, I didn't. So,
Hey, do you have the lowest grade on that?
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm sure. And this I thought was going to get a 10. I think a Rocket. You know what? Fuck these guys. Fuck these, because they didn't even put the foil on here. Like they didn't even mention the fact it's out of 49.
Oh wow!
It's a red foil. They don't know what they're doing on these goddamn Marvel cards. I'm telling you. I just. Go back and watch the beginning of this because I
holy crap!
And this is a cool card because you got Groot on the
yeah, but that's like okay. So on Marvel on that card, we should discuss this because you realize that Rocket has another card, right? Or well, multiple cards. So I'm trying to figure out on this card which one to fucking get.
Oh, here I'll throw this up there. Well, this is the character card. This is the character card because this area of the set is you'll see they all have their names. So that this was a throw in when I bought a bunch of blue foil Captain Americas, which all get PSA 2s anyways.
But I gotta.
You get whatever. I mean, again. There's definitely another card in here you're not getting the card that's in here. You're getting the other one of it. But if you want that one, I'm getting that one too. I got this, I was hoping for a 10 here just so I could lord this over JB. But whatever, it's a 9. I'll sell that. But now we can get into some shit because this is where it got good, Sean.
Oh, nice. Look at that. And Peter was just on, so yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
I'm sure Peter has like 5 of those fucking things, but I mean,
I don't. You know what? I don't know. I don't think if anybody else does, it's him. That's it. Like it's just me and him. That's it. But yeah, so we got Cassian Returns. That got a 9, and then got a nice Under Imperial Rule PSA 10, and I
Jesus.
believe this is the Omega also. So that wasn't bad. And then we got this one taking on the Empire PSA 10.
Oh,
So,
fuck you. Yeah, I have one there, so that'll.
Yeah, I mean, I did decent on Rogue One, and then I got a PSA 10 Bodhi. So
It appears to me that like Rogue One's just doing well though. Like, you know, like between Peter's and yours and
sure.
different. I mean,
I got 9s on all my grades. So the Jin, the Cassian, and the Chariot all got 9s. So
yeah, but those are based, right?
No. They're out of 100.
Oh,
out
of the gold?
No, at least.
Oh, great. I mean,
yeah. So this one.
Well, maybe they sucked at gray, but their fucking golds are getting 10s, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like there is like you try to figure out the rhyme or reason. Oh, you didn't see these though. Here, you
the mole rats.
Yeah, look at that motherfucker right there.
Oh, fuck me. Well, I told you I just bought that set, so.
Yeah, well, try to get a 10, man. That's pack fresh, man. Pack fresh. I open a box of
so is mine. So mine's supposedly pack fresh. So.
You're supposedly pack fresh. Mine is pack fresh because I opened the box myself, but I pulled off another Affleck. So if like you don't get an Affleck 10, I have 2. So again,
all right.
And this kind of blew my mind a little bit. The Stan Lee 10. That is Stan Lee's rookie card. That is the first card in which Stan Lee appears.
I don't care. This is still better.
It is. It surely is. A Stan Lee autograph from Spider-Man is surely better. But what's up, Emo? Yeah. But like again, I have another one of these and I got an 8. So like, yeah, and whatever. But yeah, I got some 10. But that's like all the type of 10s that I got. Like here, enjoy some of my PSA 7 Nick Fury, you know, and PSA 7 Sebastian Stan, which by the way have absolutely nothing wrong with them.
Okay, but overall, wouldn't you think that the ones that you got 10s on are better cards to get 10s on than the ones that you didn't?
I mean, I just wish I won't send these cards back tomorrow to PSA. Like, I just wish I knew, right? Like, that's all that my big thing is. I just wish I knew because it was all like, if you throw out the Marvel, then, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like, I would have like a good, like a 6 and a 7 on these. Like, I mean, these were beautiful. Like, they're like, this has got to be a Surface thing.
Yeah.
And I just think it's the way they're grading them. This does look like it. That's actually the card, not the thing. So look,
yeah, but that's good to know though. You know what I'm saying? Like when you have aspects of that, like to me, I want 10s on the ones that you can't get 10s on. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like it would be like that Black Widow or whatever that you're showing right now. I'm now that we know that, you know.
I agree with you, but like I have graded a couple of these, so I expected 8s and 9s, and maybe like not consistent 6s and 7s. Like
what'd you get on the other ones?
I mean, also like 6, 7, 6.
No, I mean before this, a different stuff.
Oh, 8s and 8.5s, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, I wasn't, but the thing about that is like, it's just I don't think they understand it because the ones that I graded before, I think were. I know I graded Nick Fury and I graded what's his face Falcon, and I got a 9 on a Falcon. So,
do you think that looked better though than this sub or no? You know what I'm saying?
No. I know. I think this was nicer.
Okay.
No. Actually, no. I take it back. I think the other one was nicer. I had 3 of them, and I sent the nicest one before, and then I sent one to SGC. I'm not CGC. So like, I mean, I don't know why this got an 8. This was immaculate, but whatever. Like,
So it's falling in line though from that is what I'm getting at. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that there's a surface issue with these that I don't fully understand.
Right.
That would be the way that I would explain it. I mean, the you know, because again, I wasn't sending in cards that were bad. I have multiple of these, and like you don't see any tipping, you don't see any wear. It's got to be. I think it's AI that is giving me like a 5 on surface. That's really what I'm guessing. But
surface is the easiest thing to fuck with. So that's the whole thing. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, well, that's why I'm gonna crack them and I'll clean them and resubmit them. And like I said, I just wish I had known it would be this bad, right? Like that's all right. So let me go down here. Like here, yeah, this is at least I got 8 on a Sebastian Stan. Yeah, these are like the like kind of scene cards. Like this is the best one I got. I got a 9 on this, and I legitimately can't tell you the difference between.
It didn't stick out to you when you had them raw and you're like, hey, this is the one I think might 10 or whatever,
No, they all look good. I have a bunch of these. Like that's kind of the issue. Is like I have a bunch of these, so like I didn't have like the character cards. I did kind of send in all of them, but
just say fuck it. I'm just gonna get what I get.
yeah, but I didn't think if I thought they were going to be like I wouldn't have sent in Captain America. No, I would have sent in all the Captain Americas, all the Black Widows, all the Winter Soldiers, but nobody else. Like I mean, I have 20 more of those cards.
I told you when I bought that Ezra and I got it and I sent it to you, I was like, this thing has issues.
Oh yeah. I knew that card for 100%. Like I thought a 7 or 6, right? I didn't think a 5, but it doesn't matter, right? Like you know the deal. Like, does it really matter?
At this point, I don't think so because nobody fucking has them. So, I mean,
yeah. All right, let's see here.
That's with the rare stuff though, and that's the one thing that non-sports will have to catch up to sports, and sports has to catch up to sports, is the fact that like rare is like who cares if it's a 7? Like if you want it, if you're a collector, get the rare stuff.
I mean, I think that you're right. You're right on that, which is like I think there's an element of the I brought up like the '90s basketball inserts where it's like, oh, those things are 5s and 6s. It's like, but my concern is that PSA is just not consistent. Is that somebody else will send that card in, they'll give it a 9 or a 10, and like if they're not consistent, then it kills the whole thing because there'll be 110 and everybody else will get 7s and 8s, and like that. And because I have seen high grades in those, I've seen like the Captain America be a 9, and you can even see with mine. Like I got a 9 on Falcon. It just doesn't add up. Let me hear.
I agree. I just like to me like when things are so egregious, then there has to be an issue or something that's people are missing. And so to me, like if it's in the realm of like, hey, 7 to 9 or 3 to 5 or like a decent like thing, then you kind of know where you're at if that's what you're expecting. But if you're not expecting that, if you're expecting a 9 and it gets a 5, then you're like, what the fuck? Then
that's kind of my point with those. It was really just the Marvel cards that it happened with, and those I want to have to see those Ryan Reynolds cards because I don't know what the fuck happened. But outside of that, it was pretty much what I thought. Right, like. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I thought it was like this card could get anywhere between an 8 and a 10, and some come back 8s, some comes back 10s, and and most come back 9s, right? Like these cards. Like I thought these would be 9s, but they could get 10s and they could get 8s, and like that's kind of what happened everywhere else, just not on those Marvel cards, and that that was quite a few.
Do you have the scans of those of those Marvels?
I think the scans go away when they complete them, which I think is weird because I did look at the scan.
Do they not?
I have no idea. I don't see them. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you have the scans anymore.
Does anyone in chat know that for sure? Because I'm pretty sure like they stay for a while until they get sent back or some shit.
Sure. I mean, I'm not claiming to know for sure. I just don't like. I'm here, and I wouldn't know how to find them. So
I'd just be curious if the initial scan looks different from your card. You know what I'm saying? If it might have gotten damaged.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just not high enough res. I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy and I like these cards. I definitely used magnifying glass on probably at least 65 of them. There are cards in here that I just sent in because I was like, I just want them, like the grays. I just sent in. I just wanted them. I wanted those protected. This came back. I mean, this is a 9. Amazing discoveries. I like this card, but
it's a great card.
Yeah, I didn't expect. That's the perfect of like could have gotten a 10, could have gotten an 8. I mean, but I expect
that's the one. I wish if all the buyback shit for that card.
Okay. Yeah.
If they were foils, I would buy the shit out of that card. That's the one that I'm like, I love that card, and there's some buybacks on it, but none of them that I've ever seen are like the refractors. If they were the foils, I would buy them.
Wait, you hold down the shift for a second. I just want to go grab Albert's food because he's just sitting here. I'd say just in the other room. I just want to. He's like nestled under the desk. Hasn't eaten today.
No worries. Well, so I'm popped in here. I've been MIA from some chatter and stuff like that lately. It's just because I've been buying some non-sports, but I've been actually starting to sell, which I've never done before. So, which is interesting. But I'm only selling sports. I'm not selling any non-sports. I probably will not sell any non-sports. So it's interesting. So the one thing if
you and I aren't buying the non-sports, who is buying the non-sports? Because I don't think anybody's buying anything.
But it's interesting because the 1977 market is doing well even without us. Like really, you're in Four Corners, so the Four Corners auctions are the most interesting ones to me because I know you can't be involved. And so I'm always like, hey, look at this. And I'm glad.
It keeps me from buying shit I don't need on any level. Right?
To me, it makes it more of a real market to me. So to me, it's more interesting. So I'm always like, ooh, this is coming up on Four Sharp Corners. Let me see how it goes. And I don't bid, high or whatnot. And I just want to see how it goes. I just let it carry out. Because without you and me, what is it? What's fair value? If we're not,
especially on that lower end stuff where we're just picking up all the 8s and 7s and shit like that. Let me see if what else do I have in here?
Dude, I was so impressed. So I had sent it to BC. I had sent it to other people in 7s and 8s, and I was like, dude, I used to buy from this guy all the time, and he must have submitted again, and so he had all this stuff. I was like, the greatest thing about this auction is the fact that there's 9s and 8s. The 7s will be fine. You'll get them for dirt ass cheap. They went for more than what I thought. I thought that was interesting.
I think that's what's going on in the market right now, which is there are just fewer people who want to spend big money on cards, and there's that's just what it is. So if you want to auction a bigger card right now, you're not going to get max value. We keep seeing the Leia 9s and Han 9s going for $550 and $650. Those are $900 cards, but if you want to auction them, that's what's going to happen.
They're 5-6, but if you're doing the 7 and 8s, you're doing well. The fucking 7 and 8s are doing well, man. That market's live.
Because there's a lot of interest, right? There's a lot of interest in that stuff, and do
you think there's a cap? Do you think there's a cap and say hey, I'm interested in this, but I'm not going to go above 150?
I think there's a number where I think everybody in life has a number where they don't think about a purchase at a certain, or they're with me, depending on how I'm doing financially, that number could be anywhere from $10 to $200 where you're just fuck it. Right. And I think that number right now for people has gone down. And so it's probably around that, there are more people as it goes. I think there are lots of collectors, and I think that people want to keep collecting, but people don't want to spend it. They don't want to spend the money. This is, I've been predicting doom and gloom for years, but like doom and gloom happens slowly, right? It's like a rinse repeat process of like, all right, we have $1 billion in the industry. Next month we'll have 950 million. Then the month after it, we'll have 900 million. Then we'll have 970 or 870. And like it slowly goes down. And like that's so yeah, I got a Monmouth PSA 9, which means I have a PSA 8 that's available. So
well, you know me, I need that for my collection. So we'll talk.
No, I'm giving you the PSA 8. You weren't, if you listen back, I was like, there's a little Korean fella who's going to get the PSA 8 of this. And I'm like, I don't know if he's little, but a Korean fella who's going to get that. But
hey, I'm average height for a Korean.
Yeah, again, I wasn't picking on you, but I got this. I didn't even remember sending this in, but nice little leader of Project Stardust PSA 10. So I mean, I really killed it on Rogue One, and this is the last one, Piece de la Resistance.
Oh, dude, your favorite card. That's awesome. Is that your first 10 on it?
It's the only one I've ever graded. Yeah, it's the only gold I own. So
have you? Did you send in the gray, the silver, or
I did not send in the gray yet. So
what?
You know what? The gray doesn't look as nice. It's a weird card where the gray, like in generally, I don't like the gray cards are like
really. For this specific card, the gray is kind of a color match to me. Like if you're talking about
it's too dark. It makes the image feel darker, right? Like that's
really, I like it.
Different strokes, different folks. I mean, and then I did all these Batman cards. These were the ones where I thought I was going to get 5s, 6s, and 7s, and I even got a 9 on the
Holy fuck! Nice.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So,
isn't that worth something, or like
a few $100? I mean, we don't know, somewhere between 3 and 6. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think I got. By the way, so I got an 8, a 9, and a 4. Right, like, and then I got 8, 9, 8, 7, 7, 8, 9. So what? Like, I'm telling you, outside the Marvel, like, I did fine. I did, again, like, I thought some things would get 10s, or I thought some things would be better, but the Marvel was a shit show. Like, pure.
Where'd you buy the Marvel from? It was just offline.
All over. Like, that's kind of the point. Is like. Okay. If it was from one person, one purchase, I would be like, okay, but no, it was multiple people, it just did not go well. Like I personally believe it's the way PSA is grading those foil cards, because they're like added. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they're almost like die cut. They're almost like the 90s back stuff. So that's
what. Okay, so it's not corners, it's not centering. So is it surface? What is
it's 100%? It's like almost 100% surface.
Okay.
Like, it has to be, because like I don't. That's the best I have for it. Is that, like, if I knew, I wouldn't have sent them, right? Like, so I don't know for a fact, but it's like, I mean, I'm gonna crack them, and we'll see. Like,
by the way, good luck cracking the new slabs.
I know. I mean, I know it's not going to be as easy, but I'm not going to not crack them.
Sure. Like, you know what you should do is just send them to our friend over there, and just, since he can do surfaces, and just like have him crack them. Truthfully.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these cards, like, it's just not worth it, right? Like that. Like, a lot of these cards, they don't have a market. I was just going to kind of like try to get some of my money out of it, and also know what I have. And it's like, I know I don't have good grades, and I know the only way to get better ones is to buy the sets, and I'm not going to spend more money because the people who own the sets, I bought some of these singles from. So
I guess it depends on what you want them for. So, like, for me, like, non-sports is a different thing for me. So I just don't. I mean, I want high grades, but like, I just want the cards authenticated. A lot of
listen. When you send 2 of them in, that's where it gets a little Like for both of these to get 6s, like just I just don't know what they're doing. Right. Like this is just not a 6. Like even these corners, this is the pattern. Like Star Wars has a similar thing where like the pattern is weird. And that like, sometimes whiting on the corners, like it's not actually whiting. It's just the way,
especially with the black.
Yeah. I mean, but listen, I have other ones of these. Like that's just not a 6, right? Like you get what I'm saying. Like 8, sure, right? Like 6, no. Just like it has to be surface. Like the corners, the centering, the edging, it's not a 6. Like that is a bright, like, yeah. So centering on these cards is always a question because it's like, how do you know centering, right? Like who are like, you get what I'm saying? Like this, if you tell me this is wildly off center, how would I know? But again, I'm much happier the way this ended than the way it began. I mean, like the Frodo, I got like a 7 on fucking Frodo. Like whatever. Like it's not a big deal. But like I wouldn't have sent in a card that I thought was going to get a 7. I don't know what every corner does look tipped. Here, I obviously didn't think so when I sent it. But whatever. That's not, yeah. Pattern foil, fuck you. But yeah, so and this Wolverine got an 8. This is another one where I was like, come on, man. Like I went through, I had a stack of these Wolverines. And not only do I have a stack, where did you go? Oh, you left and now you're back.
Hey, am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
All right. Yeah, I dropped.
Yeah. I had a stack of these Wolverines, and I even took out the PSA 10 I had for Professor X to look at centering, and the centering was good. And like this is, I don't know in what world this is an 8. Tell me it's a 9, sure, but an 8, whatever. And I had the Magneto, I really thought was a 10, but
8 to 10 are harder. So especially on non-sports shit, like sports stuff, I can kind of nail, but like fucking non-sports is a crapshoot. Seems like it's weird.
I wanted to look this up. Like, are there any of those Stewie 10s? I feel like there are. Do you know if there are any Stewie 10s?
I haven't looked it up. I was gonna sub some. I have I think 4 of them ready to go. But
I had about 4 of those too, and I picked the best one. The Peter, I picked the best Peter what I had, but it only got a 9. So,
but realistically, anymore, like outside of the stuff that I've already subbed, I've taken out of my stacks. Like here, like I have this, right? This is all ready to go, right? And I'm just like, I'm not gonna sub that because I'm not gonna sell it. That's my whole thing. I'm only gonna.
There are 3 Stewie PSA 10s, by the way.
Yeah, I'm only subbing stuff that like I just want to keep, and to figure out where I'm at. That's the whole thing. And for
I hear you. That's the majority of what I just do a healthy mix, right? Like that Peter 9, like I don't fucking care. Like there's 1 10, there are 4 9s. There'll be 5. I have 2 of the 9s. So fuck it, right? Like
the thing that pisses me off about like a bunch of like even watching YouTube or different things like that, like the things that piss me off are the fact that I'm like the only thing they care about is like dollar amount or what this is worth or what that's worth. I'm like, I don't even like submit like any of my shit like for that. It's a lot of times it's like, hey, I just want to find out where I'm at on something. Sure.
Like, I think that's true till it isn't true, right? Like it's I understand your point, but like you sell some of your sports cards and like if you're not in love with something, you want to know that you can sell it. I don't know. Like I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I don't know what my dog's trying to do underneath me.
The 1980s stuff I'm interested in just because I am going to like sell some of it when it comes back, just because like I don't need a whole box of 1980 stuff, but I'm interested to see what I get for grades.
Yeah. I mean, the 1980 stuff is like, so. I mean, I'm trading a couple of big 1980 PSA 10s for the Cassian.
Yeah, which fuck you. I kind of want some of your your PSA 10s. So.
Well, I mean, if you didn't fall asleep the other night, this
I
would
know.
have been yours. This right here would have been yours.
I totally would have bought that. You know that.
Again, I bought it because I was like, I can't wait if it won't be there in the morning.
I know. I completely would have bought that. God damn it.
Yeah, and it's like, so I'm sending him that, and then I'll pick out another nice one. I mean, I just, I want to make a fair trade. Like he sent it to me, basically saying, whatever you send me, you have it in your hands now. You can send me nothing. What can I do about it? And it just.
No, WQ I love. Like, that dude is amazing. Like, I've bought so many of his stuff. I'm just like, I get that you've stepped up. His WQ Customs is like a legit person. I love talking with them. I love like saying, hey, look at this or look at that. And no, but how he's like steadily upgrades. That dude's got an amazing collection.
Yes. He also, one of his other stipulations was that if I ever sell the Han PSA 10, he gets a crack at it first. I said, sure. I mean, absolutely, of course, for lots of reasons. But I have a feeling if I ever sell that, it's going to be because Harrison Ford dies, and I'm going to be a freaking whore and trying to.
Do you have a buyout number for everything or no?
No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, everything's for sale except for the Cassians, right? Like, unless it was gifted to me or my Cassian, everything else is for sale. So, do I have an exact number? Yeah. I mean, if somebody wanted to pay me $25,000 for the Han, it's gone, right? But that's like the number to make me move it, like, because it's not what it would auction for. But like, I understand, I didn't put in all this time to like.
Wait, didn't you buy the Han for fucking $25?
No, there are 10 of them. Like, and one of them's in Aoki's collection.
I know.
And so, like, the answer is you can't. You'd be surprised at the difference between 14 and 10 of something. There were two other Hans that have been for sale, but they both went into big collections, and they only both sold for like 8. But no,
really?
I'm out. Well, they were during those massive auctions.
Oh.
Right? So, like, I mean, listen, that Princess Leia just sold for 7,700. But
I know.
But there were 2 new ones this year, right? Like, like you said, do I have a buyout number? Yeah, but I don't expect somebody to pay that number. Like, that's not. If I expect this, if I thought somebody was actually going to pay that number, the card would be sold, right? Like, that's kind of the point. Like, it'd be different if somebody walked in and was like, hey, for all the cards, I'll give you this number. Because then you could probably
get I'm pretty sure you're low on that number. We've talked about that before. I'm pretty sure you're low on that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends on what day of the week is. Like, so so I'm Will is definitely getting that Vader card.
Yeah.
If I was selling that card, I mean, I would list that card at $500. Now, I'm saying that's what I would sell it for, but I would think it's, certainly 3-ish, right?
It's 3. That was the whole thing. I was like, 300 is easy, like, to me for that. Like, I think literally, like, the 1980 market is something that people, like you've said in the past, is something that people have overlooked because, like, in the end, Empire Strikes Back is like definitely top 3 of everybody's phone, right? And the fact that like some of these, I mean, they're not highly graded, so there could be a pop issue later on. But like I opened that box, just because I wanted to and stuff like that, and I'm expecting 7s and 9s, and stuff like that. Like to get 10s, like I'm only expecting. I subbed 40 out of that whole, for 42 out of that whole box. I'm expecting actually 2 10s.
I will. I mean, I get what you're saying. I agree, and I also think there are super iconic scenes from Empire that are like there are obviously super iconic scenes in A New Hope. They're not all in Series 1. Like it's why Han and Chewie Shoot It Out is like such a great card because it's like iconic, and they actually did kind of a shitty job. But where in Empire, you have all those Yoda cards that are just awesome, and then you've got the Vader, like those two Vader Luke cards are like they really are two of my favorite cards. Because it's like it's what makes Star Wars is that moment, like where he tells him his father, like that's it. Like without that, Star Wars is not like they're like it's not it. Like it's it's Indiana Jones, right? Like
there's two scenes. It's Luke with Yoda on his back, and it's Darth Vader telling Luke that he's his father. Those are the two scenes to me.
Yes. Well, I mean, yes. I mean, Luke and Yoda, because you're basically learning what a Jedi is, but without the idea that Luke's father was, agreed. I'm agreeing with you. Like that's my. But so I'm trying to figure out what the other one is. But in my mind, with trading with Will is like, hey man, if that card came up for auction, I'm not paying like I'm doing trade. Like what I paid for that card, but I also literally the day before sold a card for $10 more than that, an Empire PSA 10, which I bought for like 70 or 60.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like so, like just like so I'm trying to be like.
I'll throw this out
because I'm getting to pay in trade. Like I'm willing to go way higher. Uh-oh, Sean froze again. Well, Sean is freezing. We'll see. Well, I hope I see that 8 people are still watching. I'm sorry.
Oh, there I am. Okay.
I can hear you.
Got me?
See you. I can. Oh yeah, now you're back.
Okay. Yeah, I dropped it, but like what I was saying, I was like, me as a person who's done this before, if I'm trading into a better card or a bigger card, I'm going to give more because that's just kind of how it works. So.
Well, this really just comes down to like it's a very difficult situation. Not difficult, but like I know what he paid for it, right? And
which is nothing.
Which is nothing. And then, but I also like I'm not going to hold that against him, right? Like that's not. I'm trying more to think about what would I have paid, like with
Okay, what do you think is fair value for that? A gold Cassian. We've talked about one-on-one.
I don't know. Like if I had realized what I realized after about the significance of the number to me, I would have gone up to probably $500, right?
Okay.
I'm not saying that's what it would have sold for, but I'm just saying. So like that's around where I think my trade number is to go. Okay, to give up $500 in trade, which is probably not going to be. It'll probably be cost of like $200. To me, but that's
what do you think the gold out of 100, since there's nothing lower than that, or a gold out of 50? Sorry, there's nothing lower than that, and to the 1 of 1. Like we've had this conversation before, but what's the multiplier?
There is none. Like there is none. I mean, there's no clear multiplier because it's just two idiots and how much money they have, right? Like Peter doesn't think it. I think we've gone like some people say 25,000, some people say 5,000. Like I don't know. Like I mean, the market right now is very fickle, right? Like if there's only one guy, there's not going to be a lot of like I don't know. Like if Aoki knew what the card was, right, and he would be like, "Oh fuck, we got to get that card," right? But if Aoki doesn't know, then there's not a second guy. It's just like, and that's actually some of my reasoning for like why I don't talk as much about cards I'm buying. Like, I don't want to create the second guy anymore.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, even showing some of these cards that I graded off, like I definitely educate people on cards that I don't want competition. Like I show you cards and like you're like, oh, I don't fucking care. Like I'll even say, hey, you can buy this if you want. Like. I have 3 of them. Like,
I still want it.
I mean, I like if I had known these cards were great so bad, I would not have bought those pattern foils I just bought. Like, no way. Like, and there's no way I'm sending them to PSA. Like, I mean, I would say I'm gonna like probably crack something and send it to SGC just to figure. Like, now we're just having fun, right? Oh, I think Sean froze. It's so crazy how I can talk by myself when I'm by myself, but when I think somebody is here, then it gets harder. All right. All right.
All right.
There.
Fuck. Sorry, I dropped apparently. So.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
But yeah, seriously, like I've like talked about this before. Like, it's insane. Like what we think is valuable and what other people perceive as valuable, you know, and stuff like that. But I think that's based on what
I think there's an element of like, you know, even timing and stuff like there's just so much to it, right? Like there has to be like I think the market overvalues most people overvalue one-on-ones, and that's just the way it is. But you know, you know, there are too many, like there's a lot of distortion in the marketplace, right? Because people like, oh, a Cassian 101. Like, here's a bunch of Cassian 101s. You're like, no. This is the Cassian 101, right? Like, and as you go backward, like there are fewer of these things. Like last year, there were probably 20 Cassian 101s. But like the market hasn't gotten smart enough to understand, like it does in sports, to be like, oh, this is LeBron's rookie year. So every 101 is like the questions you used to ask was like, okay, well, what's the number one thing, right? Like, well, like when it comes to Cassian Andor, what is the best card? It's like, oh, it's the 2015 Series 1 101, right? Like, and you know, people might have different opinions on that, but they're wrong. Like again, whoever, like, I don't want to say that, like, opinions are made by the market, right? But they're also shaped by people who talk about it. So who talks more about Rogue One cards than me? So like, I kind of speak it into existence, if nothing else. But I don't know.
So my question to you would be, if you see and you have seen, we've talked about the Cassian Andor 101s, the Superfractors, Superfractor 2018 finest insert Superfractor comes up. How much is that? You know,
I don't know. Like the thing there is, like, I'm not a player, right? I think it sells for like 1,200. It's just like that seems to be like the number, right? Like somewhere around $1,200, $1,600, and but like I'm not a player. Like I'm very defined on these are the cards I want. Like I don't mess around. Like I don't go, oh, that's 700. I'm gonna buy it. I'm like, I just don't care. And that I'm just holding my ammunition for the shit I really care about. And that's like, at least that's what I've learned to do the past year, which is like, man, we talk about reverse FOMO, right? Like it's still FOMO. It's instead of fear of missing out, your fear of missing used to be your fear. I need to buy now because I'm afraid it's going to go up. And now the fear is not you're afraid it's going to go down. You're afraid of what the fuck's going to show up next week. And you're going to be like, oh, fuck, I just spent $1,000 in that, but now I could get this for $1,000. And like, that's my strategy now is like, man, if you can't live with that, unless you can't live without it, probably let it go. And then just double down on the thing you can't live without. But, you know, that's who the fuck listens to me, right?
Yeah, I agree though. Like we've had discussions lately. Fucking every day, but like it's just one of those things that it's like, hey, this is up, and then it's like, hey, this is up. Hey, next week this is up, and you're just like, fuck me, you can't buy it all.
Yeah, like I mean, I bought this.
The director, the Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, this is like Lucas and Han or Lucas and Hamill PSA 8. It was $20 free shipping, and it's like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, I'm glad I bought it because I don't have one, but I'm like, that's, you know, going in a drawer, and So it's I don't mind that type of stuff, but I've really stopped the like random numbered shit that goes into a drawer. Then I eventually say, "Oh, should I grade this?" And the answer is no. Like,
So
I don't.
So I recently stepped into Whatnot lately, and I was just like curious, like what are people talking about? Like I stepped into every non-sport stream, right? And it's interesting to me because like the people who are doing the dollar like 99-cent auctions starting, bid or whatever. And like there's people who are like, oh, I'm the Rogue One guy, or I'm the Andor guy, or I'm the Rebels guy and stuff. And then they're posting cards from 99 cent and they're going up and up and up. And I'm like, oh, I'll bid on this. I was thinking, and I was like, maybe I'll get this through or whatever. No, those fucking guys were going nuts on some of the shit. And I'm like, this isn't even like cool shit. This is just random bullshit. 22 finest crazy bullshit.
I mean that's somebody was in here earlier asking about like how do you get into Star Wars? They're priced out of football, and like I'm like you just don't do that, right? Like you just don't do that. Like I make mistakes too. Like, and I also mentioned the market shift. Like a year ago, this was the hottest thing, the Ahsoka foil cards, and like this might have been a card I paid 100 raw for. Like shit changes, right? So, but like definitely, the people and whatnot. It's about the salesmanship and being a part of it and the entertainment, and that's cool. Like, I mean, it's cool in the sense that if you're entertained and at the end of it, you don't like, it's like going to a strip club, right? Like, sometimes you go to a strip club and you had a great time. Sometimes you just feel like they just turned you upside down and emptied your pockets. And it's like, if you had a good time, great. If you feel like they just turned you over and emptied your pockets, that kind of sucks. And like, I think that's all that, people should look for. And, it's not the way I buy because I'm not a sucker. Like, I'm not like, I'd rather go to a whorehouse than a strip club. If you know me, that's like kind of was the way I approached life for a long time. It's like, if you're going to do it, right? Like, don't spend all the money and don't get anything done.
Oh, so everybody, what he's talking about is go to a whorehouse and get PSA 5, or don't go to the strip club for a PSA 9.
No, I literally just mean don't go to the strip club, go to a whorehouse. Like this literally was like when I was like strip clubs are for married men. When I was in my 20s or 20s and early 30s, and everybody like, let's go to a strip club. I'd be like, we're just gonna end up at the whorehouse. Why don't we just go right to the whorehouse and like and cut out the middleman? I'm like, we'll get better whores this way, right? Like,
right.
God, now you wonder why I delete all my streams.
Well, that's what happens when you're like, hey, I'll just invite you on. I'm like, I don't do streams because like none of this shit's gonna make it, dude.
It's like, well, what's the benefit of? But I showed very strong fortitude. Like I was on the boardwalk exercising, and I saw like PSA say it's completed, and then I saw that like they didn't take the card, and then I even tried to call them. They're like, you have to call us. I'm like, closed. I switched the card. And I'm like, I see it's ready, and I'm like, that was like at 7:30. And I didn't start looking at the grades till 9:30. That's like waking up on Christmas morning at 7 a.m. and like waiting 2.5 hours to open your presents. I was impressed. But also when I looked at the very first one and saw PSA 6, I was like,
oh, is that what your first card? What was your first card?
This, where I was like, but I'm telling you, I was in such a fantastic mood because like I just was in a really good, like I was driving home over the causeway, like I live very close to like an island by the beach in New Jersey, and I was like, just a perfect day, sunroof open, windows down, listening to music. I'm like, I started to have like these thoughts about like problems in life. I'm like, dude, you don't have any problems. And I was thinking about the PSA. I was like, there's just no way. They can get me worked up, but like it doesn't fucking matter. And I got home. and I had the package from Will, and I didn't know what was inside, but I was like, why is Will sending me a package this quickly? And then that was in there. I was like, man, people are nice. The world is what we make of it. And I'm like, so, like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I got heated because it's fun, right? Like, because I'm putting on a show, and that's why I waited. But like, and gives a fuck. It's a fucking piece of cardboard. At least it's not like sports radio, whatever those fuckers are. Like, you're fondling pictures of men. Like, I don't buy it because it's Scarlett Johansson, but damn, she's better to look at than, I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever else.
Yeah, no shit. All my auctions are going off this week, which is weird to say. Like, it's weird selling cards. Like, I told you, like, at the beginning of this year, I was like, hey, my goals were like, hey, buy better cards, more quality over quantity, start selling some sports, and start grading, and stuff like that. So, like, I was always grading sports. Like, now I'm really big into grading sports and stuff. So, because I'm selling, and I'm selling, I'm still holding, 60% of it. I'm still, just excited to sell some of it and stuff. It's interesting to me for non-sports, though, to actually start, because, I've talked about, like, hey, just find out what you have, different things like that, make sure it's authentic, so I've started that whole thing. So that's an interesting thing for me, is for non-sports to go, hey, look at me, I'm actually grading non-sports. So
I mean, I think it's good. I think the grading, like, I'm just not good at the grading process, and you have to take this portfolio approach to it.
Yeah.
And but you also have to, like, it's a complicated thing if you're like doing a hybrid, like the things we're talking about. Like, I'm going to sell a little, I'm going to keep a little, and like if you're doing a portfolio approach, and like the stuff you're going to keep got all the good grades, and the stuff you're going to sell got all the bad grades. Well, you're kind of caught in the middle, and I don't know. I'm just the one thing I want to think about is, like, so this took about probably about 7 weeks from the time it left my house till 6 to 7 weeks, which was tolerable. I will tell you, it was tolerable. Like,
that seems long, though, for today's standards. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, there were a lot of people that were like championing 4 weeks door to door, and I was like, oh, then I can do this, like, because like something about the length of the cycle builds up the anticipation and what have you, and so I think that the shorter that's why I liked SGC for a while, because it's like kind of like, let's just get it over with, right? Like, I want to gamble, but nobody wants to. Like, I don't want to bet on a game that happens 6 weeks from now, right? Like,
sure.
I want to like, like that type of thing. But so I don't know. I think that as like the market is shit, right? Like the market, like 77 is not the market, right? Like, and like, because when we look at 77, we look at big cards in 8. Well, we kind of look at kind of series 1 and 8 and above. And that's like, there aren't that many of those cards, right? Like, it seems like there are a lot of them because we're getting more stuff graded, but like that is performing so much better than the rest of the market that, like, you can't take that. Like, if you can, if that's all you're going to be involved in, right? Like, here's this Gin 9. What does this fucking thing sell for? Like, this is a gift from Peter. I'm never selling it unless I have to, pay to eat. I can't afford to eat. Like, but I don't know. Like, there's, the market shit. Like, the market is.
The market has been solid in 77, and it's starting to get into other areas, but like overall it's down. From what I've seen, I've been able to buy here and there for a lot of things. But to me, like 77 has been the bellwether cow, like you've always said. Like, and you and I always talk about 7s, 8s, and 9s. Like, that's where the money is in 7s, 8s, and 9s. Like I don't care. You can flip them. You can do.
Well,
whatever.
yeah. If you're looking to
Like,
flip, the eights is the
Yeah.
eights is. I mean, but the truth is, it's not anymore because no eights sell cheap anymore, right?
No,
Like,
it's fucked. I told you that earlier. The Leia fucking 8 fucking sold for $98. That's insane. Like to me.
but like that's. I mean, that's kind of. But you know, one of the things that is like that is because the cards are becoming liquid. Because like, is that card is $100 to $150 buy it now, and that we're just not seeing the delta anymore between in that like that. By the way, Leia herself has just been like that card specifically has been going up and up. Like it's been getting stronger. Like the Kenobi doesn't really do that as
Tarkin
well.
doesn't do it. The droids don't do it.
Yeah, well, Tarkin's kind of a secondary character.
He's not though. He's in fucking everything.
Yeah, but he's like Mon Mothma. He's in everything, but he's not the person, right?
Which is weird to me. Like Tarkin was the architect behind so much shit, and he was very vital. Like I just don't understand the hate on Tarkin. That's insane.
Well, it's not hate. I just think it's like more of a like, you know, he's not a main character. Like he's not
a droid though, and he's selling for droids.
Well, yeah, droids. That's fine. Like again, I sold that PSA 10 Empire Strike Back's C3PO card. That was funny. Like I had it listed for $139 forever. Nobody would buy it. I listed it for $219. Somebody offers me $139. I sell it, and there's literally one for sale for $75 at auction. That's what people are fucking doing anymore. Like whatever. Like thanks. Like I appreciate it. And then I don't know. I you know. I don't know what like there are no plays day in and day out. They're very like times like you kind of have to be grinding and find something, right?
Yeah.
Like I was just happened to be looking and that Vader Empire card comes up. Will happens to be looking and he finds the Cassian, like the purple.
That's still bullshit.
I mean, but at the end of the day, what's happening about that is like literally I'm paying $500 for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I'm not paying it the conventional way, but and it's where it belongs. Like it's where it belongs. Like I know you want one. But you're not getting this one.
Well, at some point I just want a fucking gold shirt and beige. So
well that's more likely. Like if you like again, remember there's half of that Ahsoka out there like it has to that's because I think we talked about it the other day and I don't really care if anybody's watching. So for those who don't know, like last October, Sean and I partnered to buy an Ahsoka #3 foil at 205. It was raw. We paid a shit ton for it. I mean, we were in for $1,500 after grading. We luckily got a 9. And at the time, I think we were both like, like not disappointed, but like just like I don't know. But now
we expected a 9 at the worst. We thought we were buying this because it was a 10.
We thought it could be 10, but I think at the time there are a lot of factors of like I just like I felt like I emotionally did it. Like it wasn't a AZ look who's here. It's AZ. What's up, AZ? Good to see you, buddy. I should grab my copy of Pitfall and show it to you. But like I thought a year ago, like we were all bidding on it and like I just felt like I got emotional about it. Like I'm not good when I make emotional decisions. Now, a year later, where the market isn't as strong, but we fucking paid for it. Do you know what I mean? Like, so like then if you were like, here's the $750, I'll just take the whole thing. I would have been like, fine, just take it. Now I'm like, I feel like I have enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't sell that card for $750 because I'm not thinking about the money anymore because that money is paid for and it's in it. So like, it's a weird thing because I definitely would have just not cared a year ago. And now I'm like, no, I wouldn't. I mean, we by the way, Sean and I had we made the deal you should make if you ever do that, which is one person gets to pick the price. The other person gets to buy out or be bought out. It makes everything fair. So we always have that in place that if If either of us wants out of the card or wants whatever, it's always there. And also, I hold the card, so it sucks for Sean. But Sean has so many nice cards that he wouldn't even know what to do with it at this point. So, and the funny part, I keep it displayed. I think for some stupid reason, like because I'm like, well, if I'm gonna put it away, I might as well just send it to Sean. So Sean could have it out. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna do that. I'll just keep it out. So like I literally have, other than like the cards that are not about value, which are on my desk, like my Russell Westbrooks, the Bulldogs and stuff. I have 2 cards out: the Cassian and the Ahsoka. That's it. And,
you once said it was like one of the most important cards in Star Wars. So like you should.
It is. It truthfully is. Like I fully believe that. Like
I do too.
I don't think the market understands it entirely, and it's part of the reason why, like I said, a year ago, there's a lot of reasons why I would have just been like, a fucking amount. The other part was like 8 of them showed up, right? And it was like, oh, they're just gonna all show up, and then it was like, and then no more showed up, and then it's like, oh, okay, we scared all of them that were there out. And
it's also the reason why I didn't want to make a decision with you like a year ago, or whenever, shortly after when we bought it, because like I wanted us to, like, I know how you regret purchases and different things like that. I just wanted this to be a thing that no one regretted in the end. So
yeah, I think that one was just like the circumstance, and like also like I was in a precarious situation, like I was working on businesses that weren't working out, and I was spending a lot of money that was going nowhere, and it just like felt like, why did I just do this? And then there were other things that happened at the same time where people were taking pot shots at us. It just made it a real like murky situation, and I wouldn't claim I was at my best at that, but yeah, I agree with you. And but I don't know if AZ is still here, but AZ, look, man, I got some Rebel foil PSA 10s, motherfucker. I got Chopper PSA 10, and it is for sale, for trade, whatever. Like I have, like I mean, Sean has whatever dibs. Like Sean and I have the relationship where if Sean just said, I want it, send it to me, I'll figure it out. That's what would happen, because there's a line from The Godfather that I can't think of where Don Corleone is like, I have forsaken all of my children. It's like all my Rebels collecting is forsaken to Sean. So like her name is Sabine, you gave to me. So I wouldn't sell that anyway. So if you were like, hey, mine got a 9, will you send me the 10? I'll be like, yes, but I want my $15 grading fee. No, I seriously, I think I like number 2 hot sauce. That's my favorite. So that would be really how
I'm curious to see what my chopper gets. I have it in grading. So once I get my foils back, it'll be easier.
Oh yeah, they're not going anywhere. Like I thought the Hera would get a 10. Like I really thought the Hera was a 10. I thought the Hera and the chopper with both 10s. But if I could choose the way I was going to get them, I wanted the chopper. Like I don't know. I'm probably wrong. Like I think people used to like chopper more, but like
Hera, because of the character switch, I think in the live action is going to be bigger. But like to me, like
it could be the other way. Like it could be that, like because we're going to get like I don't know.
Well, Chopper sucks in Ahsoka. Let's be honest.
Listen, Tom's asking me about grading.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I know. Well, I said on the show I will never grade with PSA again, and then if you watch the show, because the beginning is me getting all the Marvel cards, and I'm like, fuck these fucking people, like fuck them. Like I really felt that way, and I still kind of do. Like,
PSA is the only way to go. You know this. It's
no. I think there's an argument. I think there's an argument for Marvel and CGC. I'm not gonna go crazy down that road. I don't think there's a market. I just don't think you need to grade those cards right now. I think simply that, and I think that I don't know what's worth grading.
How much did Dan pay you to say that?
What's that? No. I mean, I'm just like, well, if they're going to give me shitty grades, if I can get these cards and I send them over to CGC and get 2 grades better, yeah, I'm going to do that. Like, I think that is a situation where a CGC 9 is more valuable than a PSA 7 in a Marvel, in an MCU card. Like, I think that's, that's that. But I'm not like, I just don't think those cards are going to sell like I had hoped. Like, I thought at 9, 8s, and 9s, I think there was a market, but no.
Yeah. Well, SGC. Okay, so SGC, if you have a 9, like, why would you just
Not
keep it? Like,
yeah, no. I was talking about CGC. Like, but
yeah.
no, I bought that SGC 9 77, like number 29. Like,
Oh yeah,
I'm like, it looks gorgeous.
sure.
Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna like, but man, there are a lot of days where I'm just like, there's like, how many of those can you buy, right? Like, I think I have like, if they're not selling anymore, and yes, like a lot of that stuff, you just have to be smart and know that it comes in waves where and nobody's buying now, but people will be buying soon. So you have to, like, when the sky is falling, you kind of buy.
Yeah.
But I mean, I bought a PSA 9 of that specific card a long time ago, and it's been up for sale. And like, I haven't sold it, and I bought it for $75, and like, I was willing to move it for $1.50. And like, that's a good price for that card, and it's not moving. And so I think every card has like, you bought a bunch of Vaders, right? Like a bunch of Vader 8s. Like, I don't think that, like, Vader's is like, you kind of, I don't want to say you can't go wrong. Like, I think the major characters, if you pay the right price, like, I think you're just fine. Like,
I think there's not a single card out there that if you pay a low enough price, you're fine on. And my whole thing about grading, like, everything is eventually going to switch to PSA if you're going to sell it. To me, like, if you're not going to sell it, then it doesn't fucking matter. It did, like me.
I think CGC and Marvel is like, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm telling you, I'm just not, like, those grades were abysmal, and like, I don't think they're fair and reasonable. And therefore, like, if there's a certain part of cards that they're not going to grade appropriately, it changes my opinion. Like, I don't have that opinion on like this gold Darth Maul. I'm like, I think it makes sense. Like, I can kind of understand it, but those cards just universally being crap was kind of weird.
I agree, because to me, like, if you get anything between an 8 and a 10, there's shit or whatever you miss.
Yeah.
If you get anything between a 5 and 7, if you're expecting that, that's fine. As there's groupings,
Well, there are outliers too. You're like, oh, I thought they were all going to be 10s, between 8s and 10s, and like 1's a 5. You're like, oh, okay. You're like, I missed something or whatever. But when they all come back shitty, you're like, something's not right. Like, and could be me, could be other stuff. But I don't really.
It could be a lack of actually them being able to identify shit because of AI shit too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, I do think that there are those specific type of cards would be hard for AI, like, because they don't have anything to be trained on. And then if they say, oh, we can't use AI, we give them to a person. Like, I don't know how good the people are that they're using for cards that. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is not an expensive card, right? Like, they're just giving it to some Joe.
Plus, you pulled up the pop report and it's shit. So I mean, like, that's the other thing is how many. What are you comparing it against? So
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I can make excuses. It's just plausible the cards are bad and I can't see it, right? That's definitely a possibility. But I don't know. Like, I just, like, when you send in 79 cards and your first 18 cards are, there are 3 9s and everything else is 6s and 7s, you're like, all right, I just lit 1,400,
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit about PSA that just, like, I don't like. I don't like the Collectors Club. That is one of the number
Yeah.
one things I don't like. I like paying $150 entry fee to be able to get these specials is just it's just one of those little things that bothers me.
I'll tell you what, like superstition or not, and from my grading, what I've graded and stuff like that, if I had to do it over, like those the 1980 submission I just did, 42 cards, right? And plus Rebels on top of that. So another 26 top of that. I would have broke that into like 15 card increments. And it's just superstition says it's based on what I've gone through, how my grades have come back.
You're probably right. You're probably right. I mean, I tried to play a game with this one of like I wanted to send cards that I literally thought were over the threshold, but I was playing the portfolio approach of I'll value them all at 150, and then if they lose them, it'll be okay.
Yeah.
And that because I, if I, this is just simple. Like I learned, don't send those Marvel cards to them.
Sure.
That's really what I learned is that don't send those Marvel cards to them or wait for other people and wait for the population report to settle or something. But they even if they came back nice, they would be hard to sell. And so it was, by the way, it was exactly what I thought I was doing with Batman, but I thought I understood those cards better. And either I didn't or PSA didn't. And so be it. Like,
So basically, you're on grading. You're like Ricky Bobby. If you're not first, you're last. Like you want to be the first to grade, or you want to be the last to grade because then they have actually information.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'd done before was kind of like you just fire a test balloon. Like usually, like you send a couple of something, and you see, like I did with the icon cards, right? Like send a couple, see what happens. And then you can hit them with both. And I kind of did that with this. And it seems like I somehow was on the high end before. And whereas, but it's just weird that like, I don't know. I just don't know. Because like I had sent the Nick Fury and the Falcon in, and they both, I think, got 8s and 9s or whatever it was. And like, and then I sent each of those, and one got a 7 and one got a 9 this time. So it's not like It's really comes down to the Captain America. I don't know. I'm just going over it a million times. Outside of those cards, the only cards that really surprised me were those Deadpool cards, the Ryan Reynolds cards, and that's got to be. I think that's a PSA thing. I think that's it's just weird. Like,
have you looked up pops on those at SGC or back?
I think no, there's only one at PSA, or something like that. And again, Dan got a 9.5 and 2 10s at CGC. He did clean and press them, but I don't know. I don't care.
But it's also CGC. Who cares about that? But
yeah, again, this is just like this is like Monday morning quarterback going. Yeah. What could I have done differently, or what would I have done differently?
So break down your whole submission into Rogue One, Rebels, Marvel. You know where I'm going. Like, where were you happy? Where you were you not?
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, Marvel was a 1.
Okay.
And everything else was like, I mean, Rogue One was a 10, Rebels was a 9, and everything else was like right where it's like even the Batman cards were better than I thought they would be, right? Like they weren't way out of expectations. They were on the higher end. It was just those Marvel cards, right? And I mean, there's a lot, like not a lot, but there are quite a few of these cards where I did end up on like the 9 side of like, I thought, like, I'm not saying this card should have gotten a 10, but there were a bunch like this that got 9s that I was hoping that I would get, well, I mean, I did get this 10. So like that was one I was not expecting. But
so like out of your 9 to 10 range, like what do you think your percentage was on that? Where you were honestly thinking,
If I remove Marvel out, I was
yeah.
pretty on. Like, I mean, very, very accurate, right? Like, it just was the Marvel cards that I was wrong about. Like, I mean, like this, I thought I would get a 10, but like, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Wait, you have one of those?
yeah, I had one before you. That's why I let you get that's why I gave you the other one, because that was when I was like just hating cards and was like, here, yeah, I this is what happens. I buy cards, and then when I have them, if I'm in a shitty mood, and I used to post them in Discord, but nobody would appreciate it, and I would just let people get cheap cards. Now I just send them to Sean, and I'm like, you buy this, or I'm not telling anybody else. And so Sean got a gold one of those for $20. Like, that's a fucking, I mean, that's what I paid too. But like, they're good luck, right? Like, good luck finding them.
Mine's at grading right now, so I'm curious about it. So that's when I expect a 10 on, though. Like you said, like I would expect a 10 on that, because
Yeah, I mean, I expected a 10. Like, there's only on one other graded, it got a 10. I don't know. That could be me. I didn't clean it or whatever. Those, like, but that's the type of thing of like, oh well, like that's within the realm of acceptable. Just the Marvel was just abysmal. I did not expect these Rogue One grades are actually a little suspect. Like, that's my opinion. Like, if I didn't love my Cassian in the 8, I would send it back, because it all came from the same person, the same set. Like, I mean, I probably should crack the Chirrut and the base and send them back.
What'd you get?
8s.
Oh, gold.
And yeah, I mean, I did not in this one. I graded Vader, Mon Mothma. I meant separately. So in my very first submission, Mon Mothma, Vader, Jin Rebel Hero, Cassian, Baze, and Chirrut, and I got 3 8s and 2 9s.
Yeah.
But since then, I graded the Krennic, and then I graded these, and I've got nothing lower than a 9.
Huh.
So, I mean, I'm just, you get the point of like.
Sure. I mean, yeah, we've talked about that before. Like, that's interesting. Like, it's always interesting to me when things like the Marvel things, though. Like, that just means if you're out there in the world, like if you see those for at a high grade at all, fucking buy those.
Well, they're not like, they don't, nobody, like, they're. I mean, I'll.
Yeah, what's the pop on those, like, at all?
Well, I don't even know if there were any in this year. I'm just looking to see, because I just happen to have this pulled up here. Here's Civil War, right? Like,
sure.
There are 7 cards graded.
Yeah, that's fucked.
But like, here's a blue foil 8. Like, here, red foil got a 9. Like, blue foil 8 8. Gold foil.
But you think that the only people that sent those in was expecting 10s, because, you know what I'm saying?
I agree. I mean, I agree with you. I don't like, but I sent mostly 20. I forget what year it is. 2013 Civil War. I think maybe it's 2014 Civil War.
This is the difference. This is the difference between a lot of people now and a lot of people when what they're buying. Like, they don't understand that the older stuff between a certain range, to me, is probably way more rare than people think.
But like, this is Civil War, which I sent most of. There's only 20 cards graded, 3 10s, but 9 9s, right? Yeah. So like, I got 1 9. So like, I was expecting, and most all these are the red patriotic foil. So like, here's my 8.5 right here.
I expected you to have the lowest, just because you're kind of known for that. So.
Well, here's the black. There's one Black Widow. This is weird that there are 2 of these here, because that's not really the Black Widow, but the one that I got a 6 and a 7 on, there's a 9. There's a blue Nick Fury that's a 9. I thought I had a Nick Fury. This is a Falcon in 8. Yeah, I mean, this is the Captain America. I got 2 6s on. There's a 9. I'm just telling you, like, there's not enough data here. Like, who knows if they even have pictures of those to even go back and look at them. I'm not. This isn't like I don't like PSA. That is a very well known fact. Like, I don't like PSA because like they're just in a bad position of having to be an umpire that is also betting on the game, right? Like,
Sure.
that's the best way to describe it. There's just no way to win that. But you know, my decision is whether I use them or not. And I think there are times where you use them and times where you don't. And I think this is specifically one where you don't. Like,
I agree with that. To me, like, I'm a person who like looks at things, and for something like that, I mean, I'm a PSA person, you know that. Like, I actually like PSA. I'm pretty sure I think kind of like the consistency of a lot of things, but are they off on things? Yeah, sure, everyone is. Like, anybody who says they're infallible is fucked up anyway. So if they're infallible, yeah, but once you find that out, then don't fucking use them. Use SGC. Use something else. You know?
well, I mean, I think that's the you know, the conundrum of the hobby, right? Like, of like, okay, well, I want to participate in the hobby, and you know, grading is just like a fact now, and it's like, okay, well, how do I do this in a way that is not terrible for me, right? Like, I think that's
Yes, but do you think the hobby has lost focus on a couple things? To me, like, if you look at everybody else, like, I've watched a number of different things on YouTube or whatnot, and like, I think people lose fact in numbers and just price on things. And I'm like, yeah, but wouldn't you, as a collector, if you were going to keep a card, want the rarer thing, even if it's say we found a 1 of 1 and a 6, or would you want the out of 25 and a 10, you know, or whatever? I would want the 1 of 1 and a 6. Like,
I think you're right, but I also think that like we talked about earlier is like what 101 and what I just don't think, like, especially when it comes to non-sports, that people just are not educated.
Yeah,
and that that's the hard part, and that if you're trying to buy it, and like if at any point you're trying to sell, that's the problem. Is there a gap between what you think and what the market thinks? And if there is, that's a problem for you, right? Like, you know, like we're talking whatever, the Cassian Gold. Like, we don't know what that would sell for, right? Like, Will snapped it up, and if it went up for auction, like if we were in, you know, incommunicado, me, you, and Peter, and we couldn't talk to each other, like, what would we all bid for it, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, you bought that Sabine. Oh, Sean. Oh, he's back. You know, bought that Sabine foil, and like that was definitely some, you know, soft play. Like, you and I had the gentleman's auction type of thing, and like, and there are other factors in that, but like none have come up since.
I know.
Like, it's a weird thing. I was just looking at these Rogue Ones. Like, yeah, they've gone crazy. Like, just Rogue One's like over a 50% gem rate. Now, I get the fact that people are only going to send in, you know what I should do is this.
Well, there's only 272 total. Is that really?
Yeah, I mean, people don't grade these. Now I'm looking at gold. It's like, okay, gold.
Well, fucking 272. I'm pretty sure everyone in our Discord can add up to about that much on what they graded. You know what I'm saying? Probably out of the 272. How many of those do you think are in our Discord?
I don't know.
150 of them?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because like,
I mean, Peter fucking.
Oh yeah. I mean, remember, it's only series 1, right? There's only series 1. There's series 1 and series 2. So like that's like, because I have a decent amount of series 2, but I'm just going through the gold to see like what else is in here.
Well, I mean, we already know how many's in the set.
100 or 90. I forget. It's 9. Oh, maybe it's 88. I don't know.
So out of those 262, Peter's probably 150 of them.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Because like I think he's, you know what, he would know better than that. Like I mean, of Series 1, I probably have 20. You know,
Yeah,
and
so
then
our Discord has probably at least 60% of these.
yeah, I mostly have gold and gray, but like I'm just trying to look through these gold Cassian listens in. Wait, I don't even know which ones I fucking got.
Literally yesterday when I was on whatnot, I saw like people bidding all over fucking Jen Urso numbered cards out of, I'm like, dude, like it's insane. Like it's crazy.
Well, I'm just, I mean, I don't, Peter's gonna send some stuff in because there's cards that I'm surprised Peter doesn't have, like Taking on the Empire. Like he doesn't have the PSA 10. So like
What?
yeah,
Really?
so like I am does not only does he have the PSA 10, this is the only graded copy.
Mine's in there though. Mine I sent mine in.
Just remember, no matter what, it still can't be the first. Right? No matter what you do.
I sent the gold and the gray in on that card.
I did not send. I had a pile to send in for the Star Wars special, and I just chose not to.
Well, like for me, Taking on the Empire is like one of the only. Well, you know me. You guys just let me get the grays of like certain people. So like you guys took all the grays of the good people. So
In all honesty, I didn't. Peter did. I mean, I got a Jin and Cassian because he gifted them to me. Other than that, the only grays I ever bought were Saw. Was like really Saw, and even Vader I bought from him, like in auction. So like, yeah, Chariot. I got a 9 on my Chariot, but like, I'm looking at this a Rebellion United. So somebody else does. Peter, I think Peter said he didn't have the Rebellion United.
He has the Rebellion United gold, right? 10.
Okay, because he must. I mean, he didn't think he did, but he doesn't have the
I thought he shared that with us before.
Yeah, I thought so too. But he was in chat earlier, and he said that
he's probably ask him.
He just doesn't remember it because he has them all.
Yeah, like, he has so many. He has 242. How many do we say? 252 graded cards, minus your 20.
I don't know. I mean, I bought like 5 from him. Like I bought, like,
I know that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about like the the like Cassian,
yeah.
like the parallel Cassian and Jins that I bought from him. Now I wanted to see something in here. I don't know what the hell it was. 21 under. Yeah, it wasn't a growing threat. That's series 2, right? Oh, I have under. Yeah, growing threat is series 1, but I did under Imperial Rule because they look really close to one another. But 21 Jin Undercover. So yeah, that's the 3rd Jin Undercover PSA 10. I have not sent in my 2 tubes. I have the lowest here, but now there are no Mon Mothma 10, so I now own the highest Mon Mothma and the lowest. So that is my skill set here. Yeah, I'm really missing. Like I'm just down to I still need Saw and Jin. And
my problem is I have very few gold character cards. I have gray all day long, but golds. You guys just, all the white people.
Well, I have. Well, again, we're just gonna have to work a trade because, like, I have Mon Mothma. Of course, you need Bistan. Any real collector needs a Bistan.
And that's your favorite guy. Like that's the whole thing. Like he's your guy.
I fucking hate Bistan because I thought he was the other guy in the.
He's Warwick Davis too.
he just doesn't deserve his own card. Is the bottom line? Is that Bistan does not deserve his own card.
He's Warwick Davis too to you because like you always mistake him for it.
Well, the guy I thought he was is way cooler, right? Like he comes out, he's like 8 inches tall and then takes on a tank. Like and then Bistan is just like fixing a ship in the back of Saw's garage or something. Like there's just no yeah. All right, I'm in series 2 because now trust goes both ways. I have one of those. I have the 1 of 1.
Is that the 1 of 1 you have?
Well, I have 2 1-of-1s, but yeah, that's one of them. Don't you insult me like I'm a peasant who only has 1 1-of-1.
You know what's fucked up? I didn't even send in my 1 of 1.
I didn't send in my 101s. I didn't send in my 101s either. I was like,
Did you not?
Part of the reason was the special was like, I'm like, they're not going to let this in with the special.
Really?
I don't
It's
know.
not going to go over.
I mean, it literally, there's literally a comp for, I paid over the price, right? So,
It
man,
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
No,
of course.
They don't care.
I don't know. They're getting really sketchy on some of the things they were doing for other people. Like,
it's not because it's such a steep. They really, really need to prove it. Like, it's a thing. Like, I've gotten one upcharge recently, and that's it. Just one. I should have gotten upcharged multiple times, but I've only gotten one upcharge so far.
All right, so this there's a 10, so it's like I'll based on that. But
okay, there's still a couple golds I haven't graded. So the Krennic, the on the box art card, you know, the Director Krennic's Obsession, I haven't graded. I haven't graded under Imperial rule. I haven't graded actually any of my shirts golds.
I have whatever 18 more Cassian golds, like I'm just like I'll probably sell the Cassian, like I will try to sell the Cassian returns on this one, because I have 3 more. It's a nice looking card too. Nice looking card. Like,
yeah.
Do I care about the number? No. I don't know. I mean, like, that's part of the issue here is like, okay, I got all these great Rogue One grades, but I'm not selling any of this. Although, I don't know. Well, like, I'm not selling it, but I'll trade you. Yeah. Which one do you have? 84 or 21? Do you have Taking on the Empire or Jyn Undercover?
Taking on the Empire, I have both of them at grading.
Okay.
I mean, let me look. Jyn Undercover, I don't think I sent in, and let me see what I have on it.
I don't think you have a gold.
Well, fuck no, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, that's why I'm like most likely like the chopper. Like, the other part of this is trade, right? Like, is trade bait, like, to see if.
Well, that's what we've been talking about. A lot of this is for us to figure out what we have. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think my chopper could get a 10. So if I get a 10, then I don't need your chopper. But if I get a 9, then I want to swap you, you know? But it's fucked up because, like, in sports, I'm almost at the point where I'm, like, wanting to sell all my 10s and just keep my 9s. And I haven't gotten to that place yet. But
I mean, it depends. Like, I'm the other way around for the most part. Like, I'm just trying to see what the...
Dude, the market's what Amda, I didn't even look. What that Amda Wabo dude tonight go for? I
lost. I guess I lost. I mean, I bid $1 and I thought it was you bidding on top of me, so I just was like, I don't care. And
I was at $5. So, and I don't know if I won. I'm not sure if I can't go off here without going off here, but like find out like what'd that go for? Like
I don't know.
Did I win? I don't even know. I didn't even check.
I probably not. I would think it not at $5.
Really? I figured I'd win.
$9.50, sir.
Fuck me.
I told you. I mean, you're not. You know, if somebody's out there going, I'm going to pay. I'm not PSA 9. I'm going to pay grading fees. Like, I'll pay Wabo. It's fucking Wabo, dude. You can't sneak in there and get your old Wabo.
Why the fuck would someone pay $9.50 for that stupid ass card for 9?
I don't know, but you probably should have. Like, that's just you probably should have paid more. This is a card that somebody would buy, mainly because it's mine. I'm trying to see if so those are the only foils that are for sale, are the ones that are like $2,000?
There's a shit ton. No, there's a lot. I on my watch list, there's a fuck ton of people who have foils up for sale.
A PSA?
There's even one that I need.
No, I'm talking about PSA. Like, I'm talking about like the big ones.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
I just have.
Oh wait, no, those are raw. Those are raw. I was
Yeah,
gonna
but,
say
like,
there's
I mean, I really had the question I was asking, like, is there another chopper for sale? Is there another hair?
no.
I thought I thought Freedom put like one of his up.
He did. He's half of those.
Oh yeah, here's his Hera. Yeah, here's
Yeah.
his Hera.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's under the other guy, but like that's still too much to me.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I guess none of these are selling. Like this
No.
is
I'm the only one who's gonna buy these.
yeah, cool. Well, then now I know. Like, I really hope you don't get a PSA 10, so that I can, because I'm only taking cash now. That chopper is. That was the best. Peter and I were talking about Cassian's, and he's like, those are the best things out there. I'm like, listen, if he was like, they're worth $15,000. I'm like, listen, if somebody had to get a Cassian gold card, or their kid was going to get killed, and we weren't willing to accept less than $15,000, then they're worth $15,000 because nobody's going to let their kid get killed. So, in my mind, they're worth $15,000. So that's how we.
My whole thing is like the Rebels crew is worth less than Ahsoka, right? Let's lay this out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you, but like
I've had this argument. Like I'm the one who's arguing for the low. Everybody else is trying to tell me like these cards are worth so much. I'm the one who's always argued for the low of Rebels. And
I mean, I think the problem we've always said this is that the problem with Rebels is they're not numbered, right?
Yeah,
it's just simply that, because we've definitely seen more Ahsoka foils for sale than Sabine.
Yes,
but that doesn't mean that they're like, the ultimate thing is like, how many boxes is Wowzer sitting on? If it's 8,000, then that's a problem. If it's 8, then it's or 80, then that's because literally nobody else has those boxes. So that's we talk about the problem with the market is like, the market doesn't understand what the value of the Ahsoka foil is to begin with, right? Like it's worth more than almost any modern superfractor, like as itself. Like it's worth more than like outside of like rookie like the Ahsoka superfractor or the Mando superfractor or the Grogu superfractor, like the true rookie stuff. Like those are worth more money.
Question: what do you think a 2022 finest Ahsoka Rosario superfractor Ahsoka no, just the superfractor, the 2008 Clone Wars foil, or like a 2016 Galactic File cartoon Ahsoka 1 of 1?
I mean, well, it's like hard because I don't know Galactic Files at all, and like I don't know, like,
or high tech. Call it the 2015 high tech that we always like.
The problem is there are 205 Ahsokas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get into grade and other things. If you're talking about like a PSA 9, if you're talking about the 2015 Ahsoka 101,
yeah,
again, not that, like, that's like I have a PSA 9 Ahsoka foil higher, and if you're talking about the Rosario Dawson like Mandalorian season 2 101, that's very high on my list, because that falls in like, I think that's probably more than an Ahsoka PSA 9, because it's the live action Ahsoka rookie 1 of 1. It's like falls somewhat in the category of the.
So how would you? But that's later on. But like, are you saying that movie is worth more than cartoon? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that like a 1 of 1 of the rookie of a big character is still worth more than the Ahsoka. It's why I think the Grogu and the Mando 1 of 1 are worth more than the Ahsoka foil, like, because they're huge characters, and there's only, I'm talking about the 1 of 1. I'm talking about, how I am, from the Mando set. Like that's
but compared to the 1 of 1 Beskar Chrome Superfractor, superfractors are worth superfractors are worth more than 1 of 1s.
The market is just like, I'm not the market. Like, the market likes superfractors, and I'm not the market, and that's part of the issue there, right? Like you're talking about me and how I value them and how I think it'll be long term. Like I do think like the more they make superfractors, the more they devalue them. Of any character, right? Like it's of any character, the more they are, and then the more the value gets on a specific one for a specific reason, right? Like my specific reason is the very first Ahsoka Rosario Dawson or the very first Grogu or whatever. But like I don't know if there's like Galaxy is a different thing where it's the art and people like specific artwork and say, oh, this piece of artwork. But the cards, the only true thing anybody's ever done has really been about like what is the first one.
Right.
So I don't know. I think that modern Star Wars is a disaster area. Like doesn't mean everything's going to be valueless, but I think like the real question is like, is a out of 5 Ahsoka worth more than a 1 of 1? I don't know. Like, you know what I'm trying to think of.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, okay, say 10 years from now, right? Let's call it 10 years from now. You have a superfractor Ahsoka of say 2026 finest or whatever the hell it was. And now over the last years, it's now like say like all the superfractors are like in finest and all the chrome sets and anything like that. There are now like technically like say 33. But out of the Ahsoka foils in 2008, there's only 205, but only fucking 9 of them have appeared or 12 of them have appeared.
Yeah. I mean, I think historical, like long term, I mean, I'm on record about the long term, my opinion is the Ahsoka foil is like important because of the time in collecting it was. Nobody liked the movie. Nobody liked Ahsoka. Like that's why it's important. It's because it was a garbage card. And I think over time, I do think the cream of the crop is still going to be there. Like I do think those superfractors still hold value. I just think it's everything else that like there's just going to be no middle, right? Like that's that's what I perceive. But again, we all put our money where our mouth is, and we buy what we like, but we also buy the things we think have historical. Like there's a story why there are cards that you specifically more than me will buy a card because you like the way it looks. I always like the story of the card, and I don't know. I really think that I think the market is like, I mean, to me, it's more, this is a more complicated card, right? Like this is the type of card that's really complicated because you and I both know that like like the foil and the auto, like they're rare, like they're really rare. They're not numbered, but it fits all the same criteria of Ahsoka. But even this card, I only made 8,500 boxes. So like in comparison to any non-sports card, it's.
But the problem is like the information needs to get out about certain things, and I think that's what drives some things because then people become interested. The whole thing is like unless if you've broken this like we have, and stuff like that, you don't even know how hard it is to hit some of this shit. And then like other people are like, oh yeah, flagship of this, flagship of that. You're like, oh, this is super hard, and like you have like 10,000 people out there saying the same narrative. This you have like 10 saying, oh, it's super hard to hit this, and then like nobody really.
Well, I think that a lot of stuff just takes time, and that we don't want to be patient, right? So like this card in particular is like you can probably kind of, if you're in the market for this, you can find it, but like for how long, like, and but like what we deal with for the most part on modern stuff is that like, listen, Topps is a machine. Like there's a machine at work to sell modern cards, and there's no machine for older cards, and the only machine is that people go, fuck, I'm going to buy House of Dragons. I'm going to buy another Game of Thrones set. Well, what was the first Daenerys card, right? And like, oh, I want to buy a box of that stuff. Oh, why is it so expensive? And then they'll do the research. I mean, like, I talked about it earlier about like why I don't really do as much of this anymore. It's like educating people. It's fun on some time, but you're like literally building competition. So like, how much do you want to build up of I own it before you share it, right? Like,
Yeah.
uh, and like I've not made a secret about what I've been doing with the MCU. Nobody gives a shit. Like nobody gives a shit. And I'm certain, I'm just certain on the MCU that like it's underpriced, right? Like now I clearly can't grade the shit, but like I'm certain it's underpriced. Like that's not a that's like it's not a huge bet. Like I always talk about it, it's like if I'm right, right? If we're right on the Ahsoka could be the 52 mantle, and it like we still can't retire. Well, maybe but like 52 mantle, but you get my point. Like it would have to be that level for it to matter to us financially. Like, of course, who wouldn't like if that card goes up 50 grand? Be like, oh, awesome, right? But like you're not being like, all right, I'm gonna change my life. I'm moving, right? Like, and it's the same thing on most of the shit. So like, it's not the financial side of it, but like I don't know. Like education is a huge part of this, and education has to the educators has a cost. And there used to be enough meat on the bone that it was worth educating people, but now there's a survivor's bias, which again I don't even know if I'm getting it right, but essentially if only the people who survive tell stories, we only get their perspective.
Right.
And we're in a market right now of survivors. And that if you've made it this far, you either have enough money you don't give a fuck, or you figured some shit out, and most likely both. And I think that that's where we are, which is that like the dumb money is long gone. I mean, there's still dumber money, and most of that money is on Whatnot and Fanatics Live. But the people
which
are
is
looking
insane. Like it's insane what people are doing there. Like you know me, I'll try a mystery pack, I'll try anything. But fuck me, I've watched a lot of this stuff. I did a lot of research over the last 2 weeks, just curious, just fucking curious, and it's interesting to me. Just the same conversations, the same people that you see in the names and stuff like that, and you see them like constantly coming up, and they're like, oh, this is this, this is this, and you're like, this is all wrong information.
I mean, I see it like I don't like again, I wish I could quit Twitter. I'm still trying to figure it out. But like I mess around and I've messed around in NFTs and crypto and all this stuff. It's the same shit. It's like people are like, here's what's happened in this cycle, right? We're at this stage, and then we have inflows. I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've been around long enough that like, yeah, you might like even when you don't know, right? Like so like to hear people who are uneducated go on and on about, you're just like, all right, whatever. But like they're not going to stop. They're there because they need to believe, right?
Yeah.
They need to believe, right? Like I just said, like we know we're not getting rich off of what we're investing in, even if we're super duper right. But they just don't even see it that far. They're like, I just want to be super duper right. They don't even think about what do I win if I win, right? Like, and oh, you're right. This whatever out of 25 Sabine is fucking rare. It's amazing. It's like, okay. They don't even go to the fact of like, I just bought, even if that card is worth 100 and I bought it for 50. All right, well, you got to sell it and you're going to pay 15. Like he's like, you're going to end up with $30. Like they don't. So that's why I don't even, but that's not the market. Like that's the point. It's like, I'm not on that market. So I'm not like when the market shifts over there, I no longer get any of the value of that. Like I'm not making any of the money by selling cards to those people at reasonable prices.
Sure.
And on eBay, we're just getting the smart people, the sharp people. Either those people are probably buying from eBay, so I've got to compete with them. It's all those things. Like I don't have a problem with it. My problem is when fucking Will picks up a $50 Cassian and I just want to shoot myself, right? Like that's my problem.
Yeah, sure.
Or I spend a year collecting Marvel cards and PSA is like, fuck these 6. Like, like those are the things where you just, I can't worry about like, I mean, Topps doesn't make Star Wars cards anymore. Like, why? Like, that's another like.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to drill down here too, because like I think a lot of people lose fact and they get wrapped up in a lot of things, just like the whatnot crowd and stuff like that I've noticed, and they're like, oh, this is cool, and they're like, oh, I can buy this for 40 and I can flip it for 90 and all this shit, and I'm like, but why are you buying this? Like I've to me, like it's interesting to me to find out why people actually buy certain cards.
They're not thinking it through, Sean. They're not. That's not like that's kind of the point. Like, it's like they're not thinking. Like, that's one of the worst parts of me doing content over these last couple of years is that I am very introspective about why I buy cards, and that the more introspective I get, the less I like why I buy cards.
Right.
I'm like, well, like literally, like, okay, like Mon Mothma, right? Like. I should just send you the 8, right? I should send it to you. But there's a part of me, you're my friend who wants that card. And like, my precious. Like, you're fucking Gollum. Like, we're all Gollum. We're all like, my precious. I collected these. I scrolled through eBay. I got it. I graded it, my precious. Well, I mean, like, trust, like, again, I don't, like, yeah. The fun part about me and you, though, is that like you'll know the day that I'm really done when the bays in the church show up in your mailbox. Like, that's how you'll know, because I'll just be like, okay, like it's because it's not like those I hold on to those cards because that Gollum mentality of I don't, and you're not, you're that way a little bit too, but not you don't like, I don't, you're that way too. Like, you just, but you're an idiot enough to buy 7 of things. So you don't have to be the your stuff's either so crazy expensive or you somehow figure out how to get all of them. I don't know.
My collection's interesting. I don't know. I've been going through it a lot lately, and I'm like, I'm all over the fucking board. That's why I was like, so.
I mean, you have an amazing collection. I think I've had an influence on you in a positive. Like, this is in a way of like you have the taste and the moxie or whatever, balls or stupidity to buy cards that I won't. And I think there are probably a couple that there are like 4 that are missing, and you probably could name them, but like, it's Daenerys.
Yeah, I know.
Robert Downey, Ryan Reynolds, and I forget what the other one was. There's another one. They're all the auto. Tobey Maguire. Those are the autos that I'm like, yeah. Because you've bought a lot of the bigger ones. Daenerys is the stupidest one of like.
I just don't see the value. I'm missing something there, because I think that's a $800 auto.
It's not the auto you're paying for. You're paying for all the reasons like I just talked about, like those cards of like, it's why it's more of the idea is why Jon Snow is A and Daenerys is B, right? They should be the same price.
Jon should be more.
Yes. I mean, again, like there are arguments, but they shouldn't. She shouldn't be two or 3 times to what he is.
No, there's no way that Daenerys should be like even a multiplier of Jon.
Well, that's like in the Marvel stuff. Like, that's why like Black Widow is like, to anybody it's like even bigger. It's like 5 or 10. I don't agree with it. But
I think that's just because they're all superstars, like literally huge names. None of these guys are big names. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the other way around is like Iron Man goes for a fraction of Black Widow. Like, don't really say. Oh yeah, well, outside the auto, right? Like, but the actual cards, yeah, like, yeah.
I was gonna say, our Robert Downey auto should be way the fuck.
No, you can't, like, the autos don't, like, because the autos don't match up, because the Robert Downey auto really is only in the original Iron Man, which is on card, Rittenhouse. And I don't think there are any Scarlet autos.
Yeah, I was just like wondering. There is no. I don't think.
I don't think she does autos. So like it's not. But I'm just talking about like a card. Like if I'm going to buy a card and it's like here's the Iron Man out of 100 and the Black Widow out of 100, it's like 5x. Like just is what it is.
Well, you know, fucking Neo just picked up John Favreau or something like that. So
I'm just not. I'm so not an auto guy that like, for however that turns out for me is fine. Like I'm just not. Like the Jon Snow was enough for me to know I'm not an auto guy. Like,
I'm curious. I'm pretty sure he's actually Neo's the one who outbid me on fucking John Favreau on the last one. Like
I mean, Favreau, I could have had so many. Favreau was not expensive. Like I mean, it was under $200 for a.
That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be over 400.
I don't know. I just don't care. Like I don't care enough. I mean, Favreau's cool. There's a lot of reasons. Like why Favreau's cool is like there's a lot of other things that are cool. It's like you bought that Kevin Smith triple. Yeah. Like that's cool. Like I'm telling you, like see, this is the box that I get myself. It's cool that I now have the 2 of those Afflecks because I can sell one. But like that fucking Jay and Silent Bob rookie. Dude, come on, man. I'm not selling that. Like I'm not selling that. Like, I mean, like if you didn't have one, you're like, I have to have it. We'll make a trade. But there's like, I would sell it for like I said, nobody's gonna pay me $1,000 for that card. I mean, nobody's that stupid. But like until somebody shows up with another one, then I just realized today, like my Cartman, I didn't raise the price. I thought I added a 1 to the price of my Cartman PSA 10.
You said you did.
I thought I did. I guess I didn't because I did today because I was like, they're not coming in. So I don't want to sell that card. Like I want to sell it for a crazy price, but I don't want to sell it. Like same with Stewie, same. All those.
So instead of a triple auto, I really just kind of wanted a double auto of just Kevin Smith and Scott Mosier. So that was the whole thing.
See, I would rather have Jason Mewes. Like I'd rather just have Jay and Silent Bob, right? Like if I'm gonna do it, like I don't know.
To me, Scott Mosier's Kevin Smith is like the duo. Like I don't know.
I mean, I understand what you mean, but it's like it's behind screen versus on screen. Yeah. Like, there are 3 Jay and Silent Bob movies or something like that along those lines. Like, I mean, Jay and Silent Bob are in all of them, right? They're in.
Hey, Mosier is. He plays like 5 fucking minor characters.
That's like Stan Lee being in all the Marvel movies, or like what's his face? It's like Martin Scorsese's mom or shit like that. But like Jay and Silent Bob are in Clerks, Clerks 2, Clerks 3, Mallrats.
Mm-hmm.
Dogma,
Jane, Silent Bob Strike Back.
Yeah, and then the reboot.
And
then there has to be, and then there's another one that I'm not thinking.
Yeah,
of. Like,
there is.
They're probably in 8 or 9 movies. Like,
Amy and all that. Yeah.
Oh, and Chasing Amy. I forgot about Chasing Amy. Like, I mean, spanning decades, right? From 1994 to 2 years ago. That's the part of like I don't know how it ever shakes out because like when we had that realization like a few months ago where everybody's like, oh, I love Clerks. Oh, I love all the jazz. I'm like, oh fuck, there's a lot of people that love these movies. And I'm like, there are none of these cards. Like I'm telling you, like I bought them because of one darn my absolute mania of buying everything. And I was like, I love Mallrats. I didn't know there could have been 40. There were other sets. There were Clerk sets. And I was like, no, I want all the old shit. And then like, go out and buy, what is it? Ham and eggs or ham and bacon or something like that. Or
bacon and eggs or
bacon and eggs is like the brand. Like whatever.
Yeah, that's why I was just like when I found out there was an actual Clerk set, that's why when I found out there's a 37 parallel, I was like, fuck you.
That was like one of the biggest bummers ever. So for people who are still watching, there's Clerks has a set, it's like 2016, and that there's the parallels out of 37 because there's a joke about Dante's girlfriend sucking 37 dicks. And we even made a joke. We were like, they should have a parallel out of 37. Then you look it up and there is. It was hysterical. And then we thought there are Jay and Silent Bob each have their own character card. And there was one of them. I thought they were both 37 out of 37. It turned out there was only one of them that was 37 out of 37, right? Like, it's Sean freeze again. Well, Sean bought them both, and we thought they were, because he wouldn't buy them for a few days, and then I was like, all right, if he's not going to buy them, I'm going to buy them, because they were both 37 out of 37, and this, like I said, this gets harder when I'm talking to somebody, and then they just disappear. I'll just move this way. All right, we'll go back to my cards. Oh wait, he's back. There he is.
Yeah, my internet sucks apparently. So.
Oh yeah, well, here's a little side. I got it running, not running a little while, but I've been fucking. I'm not used to these 7-hour live streams like I used to do. Today I canceled my cable because I don't never use cable, and I just used the internet, and so I felt so good about myself. But then I had to sign up for all this other shit. But I got extra good internet today. They were like, that's what they got out of me. Because my cable company is the only way to get internet. And they're like, all right, well, you want better internet? I'm like, all right, well, how much? Again, it was such an awe. The only thing worse than PSA is the cable.
The crazy thing is I'm on fucking fiber here, but they're doing so much construction out front, it's screwing up all my stuff. There's my road is completely torn up here. It's been torn up for 5 months now. It's just crazy. So
that could be good for business.
No, it's horrible. It's been horrible. But no, it's fine. But I'm gonna get off here. But give me a call, or you can call me back or whatever if you want to jump on.
All right. Yeah. Well, no. I'll wrap it up, and then I'll reach out to you because
cool.
I gotta. All right. So, all right, Sean. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
I'll kick him out from the studio. There he goes. All right. That's a good look for me. All right. That's probably going to do it for me. I don't know what to tell you. I really didn't mean to go 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Welcome to rNotSportCards.
World's greatest not sports content creator. Seriously, who else can go for fucking 4 hours and that people will still listen to? Nobody. I'm insane. If you're listening at this point, I don't know, you're insane too. There's 6 people watching. You should rewind to the beginning because to watch me go apoplectic and after getting 6s and 7s.
Spider-Man, Harry Potter.
No Harry Potter.
Your cards are crap. Grading is a scam.
Grading is a fucking scam. Grading is a tax. It's a scam. I got whatever. 16 10s, and sure, it'll pay for the order if I wanted to sell them, but it's a bunch of horse shit. And you shouldn't participate in grading, and you should find, go love your family and your friends and all those other things. No, I'm just being funny.
Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. It's your jam. Not sports cards is the best. The best. Not sports cards is the worst. The worst.
But I got 2 of these fuckers.
Yes,
So the most.
Absolutely.
She does.
World's greatest
Not sports content creator. Luke, Leia, Spider-Man, Harry Potter, Darth Vader.
Start the show.
All right, I'm not starting the show. I'm ending the show. Well, I hope you're doing well. I don't know when I'll be back. This was something I've been waiting on for a while. Maybe when I get these cards, and if you want to see me throw them under a truck, all the Marvel ones, to crack them open, we'll see what happens there. But until then, I'm not Sports Cards, and I am out.